if I'm not wrong.
That was Sachin in the bunker. He's been throwing darts all year. This is Prakar on your screen.
Seems to be really good ball striking, bro.
Yeah, MS Chandra last week was close. He was in front till 4 holes left, and things just went sideways for him. But all in all, good showing. He's still in good form, so he's just taking it to the next week, I guess.
Surprised that not many, not any players are going with the driver. That's the difference that we saw. We saw the Challenge Tour event here, and you see a lot of more players going hell for leather, but you see a lot more conservative approach here.
I
What is
think
your take on that?
I think it's depends number one on how good you feel, and that's number one. But more importantly is the wind direction. If it's coming in from the right, it's fine. Then you can just go for it. So it could have been a different time of the year. The winds in a different direction. But if it's head left right, then it's actually not worth it.
The man on your screen requires no introduction. Really has turned back the years. Uh, Maybe in the late 50s, 58 years young. Look at that.
125 pro wins. That's what stands out. 50, at 58, you can imagine he's won a tournament every two tournaments a year. If you just go, he was when he was a kid, he didn't win anything. But if you really
Probably
think about,
more,
yeah,
but just look at the longevity. He's 58. I mean, you'd be lucky. Players will be lucky if they can be still upright and walk well. And here he is, going toe to toe with the best in the business.
he is a grinder. He grinds his way through the golf course, and he minimizes his errors to the minimum. So it was so we were last week. When I was commentating out here at the Noida Golf Course tournament, we realized that Manu on the leaderboard was the one who made the least amount of bogeys in the first 3 rounds, and Mukesh is like that. He does not make bogeys. He might not make a ton of birdies, but he knows how to get around the golf course. He knows how to minimize his errors.
Another thing, when I see Mukesh, the physicality has not changed that much. He still seems that he's has that strength. He's very strong in the hands, always with that
Yeah.
left right fade, and I think that's something that there's testament to the amount of work that he puts in behind the scene. He's a real
It's a
hard
lot of
worker.
so somebody who's so armsy, and he's got a strong grip. He's not unorthodox setup, means quite a few technical, I would say, not exactly the what you would get taught by an instructor. Then you know that you need to he's puts in a lot of work to keep that consistency in his game, because when the arms are so active, it's you need to practice a lot. So he's just waiting for his the tea time to be announced. This is the first. This is the inaugural Gurgaon Open. We haven't had this event before, and I classic golf and country club. It's a Jack Nicklaus design. It favors a left to right ball flight. Nicholas designed his golf course to favor a left to right ball flight, which he preferred playing with, and Mukesh hits it left to right. So it is a golf course where um, a fader would have an advantage of the tee.
A few facts about this tournament. This is the inaugural Gurgaon Open powered by Amrutanjan. A big thanks to that group as we have a look at Mukesh here, teeing up on the left hand side.
It looked like he tried to draw it actually. It is a draw favoring hole. You want to draw it. You want to hit a draw aiming at the right green fairway bunker. There's a neck out there. You if it gets it up into the upslope, you have a good chance of getting a much higher ball flight, because this fairway goes drastically uphill. It plays 4, 5, 6 yards longer for your second shot than you normally would imagine. You
Arjun Prasad having a good year. Very good ball striker, one of those crop of younger players, the modern players, so to speak. Hits it fairly long as well, probably about 290 yards carry off the tee. very fluid swing.
Yeah, he's got good rhythm in his swing. Just looking a little anxiously, might have started a bit left.
But in all fairness,
Yeah,
this is a fairly comfortable hole to start with. Maybe just a forehand for these players. So, uh, no case of nerves here. So the golf course really does allow you to ease into your stride.
yeah. It's a good starting hole. It's a risk and reward hole. You can take it on if you want to, but it's the first hole, so you might just want to see the way the ball's moving for a couple of holes.
Probably if it's your 10th hole, and as you stated, if the wind is from the right hand side, then maybe you can try and take that gamble.
And this is his home course, Tapi Ghai. He has won once. I remember when I think it was Kenswell or Kalhar. Where he
I'm quite
went?
sure he's
Yeah,
won a tournament. I remember it's been almost
5 years,
half a
I
dozen
think.
years.
Yeah,
Yeah,
at least. He used to work with his coach, who was a really good friend of mine, Toran Shahi. He's from Nepal. His father is very ill, so he's gone back to Nepal for the time being. But so he's Tappy is, I think, coachless right now.
probably that's what he needs to change if he has to win again. But it seems like he is on the right track.
One similarity which I saw between our halfway leader right now and the number one golfer in the world, they like to slide into the shots. He's got a lot of leg movement, Rajiv, very similar. So maybe he must have realized that okay, it's not a bad thing. The number one golfer in the world is just doing the same thing I did, and this is a really it's a good challenge. It's a scoring opportunity. This classic golf and country club, you can see some really, if your putter gets hot, you can go really low here. Par fives are very much reachable, and a couple of short par fours each nine, so a lot of scoring opportunities. So that's amounts to low scoring, and you can see that the cut's gone at even par.
Which is a very high cut given the fact that that's also going at least 200 into the windy conditions. The scoring became difficult. Another thing that I did, we have a look at
So that's a skill need for viewers. It's very simple. Once you keep tilting it till the ball rolls out of the hole that it's sitting in, and once it rolls out, you measure in feet how much the ball has rolled, and that will tell you the speed of the game, which is 11 today. 11 is pretty quick. Yeah, it's quick for IDC because they get trusty. So when the wind blows, it gets hard. The surfaces on top get hard, so it plays more like 12, 13.
make judgment better. You get the wrong speeds, and you can have few three putts.
So you can see they're going to measure it not just in one direction because Bermuda grains have grain in it. So down grain into the grain are going to give you two different speeds. And now you can see Raj Kamal, he's the supervisor, maintenance supervisor at ITC. He's going to measure it out. This device I think is 3 feet long. So three of them so far, and another 2 feet will be due to the water switch.
Very ridiculous process.
Yeah, so you can see this is gone at 12, so this must be with the grain.
But this golf course, I mean, the only point that I would think of is that they're not. There's no hole where you are really scared of the tee, or you're certain that you'll make a bogey. So it really does present a rather benign opportunity, and for players to ease into a third or fourth round. You don't really need to worry about a certain tee shot.
This, especially with the conditions these days, the rough is not that long, the greens are smooth and soft, you can see the balls not releasing. It's a 8 iron for Mukesh, at least from where he hit, and you saw he's just about 6 7 feet of release on the green, so relatively soft greens, no rough, so it's like even if you hit in the rough, you can easily get the ball to stop on the green.
And there's one change that has happened, that the fairways have been narrowed down. a lot many fairways. The rough has been ingrown into the fairways, and probably the width of the fairway has been halved. So you can catch a few flyers from that secondary sort of cut. So that's one change. So that's why you've seen not many low numbers if you just miss the fairway. So that's
That's exactly where you want to leave your second shot on number one, up the hill. It's quite quick from back to front. The third member of this group is Arjun Prasad. Nothing more than a 9 iron from where he is. So hole number one on the Ridge course, we're going to play the Ridge and Valley course. There's a third nine out there at the Classic Golf and Country Club called the Canyon, which is a little further away. So this is the first hole of the Ridge course. That languishing swing of Arjun Prasad, really good rhythm, good result. For our viewers, rhythm is the key for repeatability. Rhythm leads you to be able to repeat your swing again and again, and it makes you more consistent. So for our viewers who, other than, you'll hear a lot of terms being used in case you've just started golf: rhythm, timing, tempo. I'm going to give you a few really simple definitions for those things in case it'll make you understand them better. Rhythm is, I would say, the flow of motion. Timing is probably the sequence of motion, and tempo is the rate of motion. So rhythm and tempo are not the same thing. You could be having a faster tempo but still good rhythm. It's like for example, like a river. It flows in rhythm at a faster pace in the hills, slow in the plains. If you want to get a analogy to it. On the tee is Sanit Bishnoi, M. Dharma, and our tournament leader Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal. We've seen very few people have taken a driver off the first tee. We haven't seen any yet. So everybody's starting with precautiously. You can see the wind's a little bit from in front, which is why they've chosen to be more conservative off the tee. This is our penultimate group of Mukesh Kumar, Tapi Ghai, and Arjun Prasad. I think first to go will be Mukesh. He's got a little bit of a downhill tester coming up for birdie. This ball actually doesn't turn as much as it looks because the grain also goes from left to right, which straightens out the ball. So though we can't see the flag because of the bags on our view, but this ball doesn't turn as much as golfers think it will. But maybe with the 11 stimp meter, the grain might not affect the ball as much as it normally does. And Mukesh makes short work of that. He starts with the birdie. Quick start for Mukesh Kumar. I think Tappy with a relatively slower putt up the hill for birdie on number one. on your on our screen. Sanit Bishnoi presently at 8 under, 3 shots behind our leader Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal. One pro win came in Chennai last year. More body work in his golf swing. You can see it's more of a modern day golf swing, more body action, less arms and wrists through impact. Dharma presently sitting at 9 under, 2 shots back. He's been a pro for a while. Indigenous swing of M. Dharma. Had a good outing last week as well at the Noida Golf Course event. And now this has been a while since Rajiv has seen himself in this position. So let's see how his nerves hold up. From Chandigarh, seems to be happy with his tee shot. He had a birdie on an eagle. He hit it about 15 feet yesterday on number 9. So striking the ball well. He's if you're striking the ball well and your putter gets hard, you can go really low at this golf course because it presents a lot of birdie opportunities. So this is the inaugural Gurgaon Open 2024, powered by Amrutanjan. Probably Amrutanjan is, I would say, a company which is at least a century and a quarter old, at least. It was, I think it was started by Mr. K.
So,
Nageshwar Rao.
a word about Amrutanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus. Amrutanjan Healthcare Limited. Amrutanjan Healthcare is a 127-year-old company with a rich legacy and is best known for its iconic brand Amrutanjan Pain Balm.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens? This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Plus can be consumed during any part of the day and after any activity that causes physical and mental exhaustion. So I would think that that's a go-to drink right now in these conditions when you're under the gun playing the penultimate day, and even otherwise, if you just like to go for a walk, or run, or exercise, we would wholeheartedly recommend this drink for you and this brand, which is doing so much for the game of golf and sport.
And
in general.
people don't realize that they generally start drinking only when they get thirsty. You're not supposed to drink only when you're thirsty. When you get thirsty, that means you haven't had enough water or liquids. And electrolytes are something that it affects the cortisol production in the body. So you don't want that happening. It's going to lead to a lot of insulin fluctuation in your system. This is
Hole number 2.
the par 3. This is Prakar Asawa on your screen, narrowly missing out. And the third member of this group is Sachin Basoya, who got off to a quick start with birding number 1.
We can see that players who've teed off from the front 9 have gotten off to quick starts. Kalin Joshi making an eagle on the third hole with his distance. That hole would really be easy pickings for him.
Yeah, it's If you can and get anything in the range of about 300 yards, you're going to get another 40 yards of roll on that hole, and goes severely downhill, and then leaves you nothing like a more than a mid iron into the par five. So Cullen packs a punch, so it couldn't be more than a mid iron for him.
Yeah, you have to have that 300-yard carry, then you can probably get that as you have a look at Sachin. Very
Or you
comfortable.
can roll a putt like Sachin. That also works.
Yeah, as I stated, it's not often that I'm spot on. I predicted that medium or short hitters could actually contend this week, and that's what's happening. Which I think is a welcome addition. What this club has done by narrowing down the fairways. Maybe other golf. This is a way to distance proof, tiger proof a golf course is by making the target smaller. And what they've done, I'll tell you, Amit, is that up till about 280 yards, fairways are fairly wide. The fairways get narrow after that.
So yeah, but you know what? If at the distances they hit, and if they've got a sand wedge from the rough, it actually doesn't make it that much of unless the rough gets really tall. Then it does make a difference. So they need to do that to make it more challenging. Otherwise, it's going to be there's a saying in golf. It's called horses for courses. If you give them a golf course which is wide open and no rough, the longer hitter will definitely prevail.
And you don't want to see that all the time.
Yeah.
You want to see a different set of skill sets being used by all the players.
Yeah. Rajiv swinging well, hasn't shown any nerves off the first tee, which is good because he hasn't been in this situation for a long time. So I'm very interested to see how he handles himself today.
And also the fact that he's shot two back-to-back blistering rounds, 6 under, 5 under. He's not just leading a tournament by being a couple under par. He's really stepped on the gas.
Yeah, it's good to see him play well.
Very affable guy. Always exudes a good positive energy.
Yeah, this is the par feed. Live feed 2 has a par 3 second hole. It's about a 200-yard par 3. Slightly downhill, pins on the back left today. So
Our leader from day one is even par after 6 strokes, so yet to replicate that form on day one that he showed us. Just a word about that round. It's just one shot off the course record, and mind you, he also is a very medium hitter. He maybe carries the drive about 255, 50, maybe 50 odd yards, and shooting a 9 under par. What's your thought on that, Amit?
he's a good putter though. He backs he knows where his game is, and if he putts well, anybody who putts well in IDC shoots a low number. I remember the two people who have the course record, Chapchai Nirat. I remember it was 2005 at the Sale Open. He had two back-to-back 62s, and so did Anirban that event. And now that very similar conditions that time. It was running, it was playing shorter. I remember playing that event. The cut went at 4 under or 5 under, from what I remember. So you can see that. And once, if you give Maniram, who's hitting generally a 6 iron or a 5 iron in, if you give him a 9 iron, he's going to hit it closer.
Yeah.
And if he hits it closer, he's going to make more putts. It's simple mathematics. If you hit it closer, the probability goes up. And normally he hits it 30 feet, 35 feet with his 6 iron, 5 iron. Now he's hitting it 15, 20 feet. His eyes are lighting up, Shaurya. He's backing himself to making more birdies.
That's the kind of golf you really enjoy watching. As we have a look at Sun, it seems to be in a little bit of spot of bother. But again, these shots of the green are not that difficult this week.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's an uphill chip. Depends on how his ball is lying, though. Looks like he's taken a big swing at it, so the ball must have been setting in a
That's
bit.
a really nice shot from there. Good execution by him.
And you can see how much the grain is from left to right. We thought it would be much closer. It would stop much closer.
Rajiv here with a much easier chip.
And for the shorter hitters, they are more accurate with the iron shots. At least the distance dispersion, maybe not laterally, but linearly, they are closer because the gap between two clubs is not 15 yards; it's just 10 yards. So the gapping is close. So when you give them shorter clubs, they're going to hit it distance-wise closer to the hole than a longer hitter.
Oh, never really thought of that. Does make a lot of sense though. Let's see If there is a case of nerves, definitely not. He has been able to snuggle it right there. That's
Yes,
almost a gimme.
that is, the yesterday the stimp meter was 10.5. Today it's 11. So they'll be surprised how much faster it is today. That will surprise them. So you can see a lot of chips roll that 4-5 feet past that you were stopping at 2-3 feet. And you can see it surprised him. You could see that he didn't expect it to roll out that much. Neither did Sanit. Dharma, the third member in this group, is probably the only one who uh, has found the putting surface with the approach shot. Surprisingly, Manu Gandas with 2 rounds of over par. We haven't seen that happen for half a decade, I would say.
Yeah, that's a little bit out of character. And talking about that, let's first have a look at. Not quite sure who that is on live feed too.
That's
That's
Mukesh from the face of the bunker on number 2. And he's been in these positions so many times. He's going to make short work of it.
look at that.
Yeah, this is his bread and butter zone. It doesn't matter how the line is. He hits chips like he hits a putt. I played so much of golf with him. It's almost the ball comes out soft, not so much a spin, but it rolls like a putt.
That's what you want. Look at some of the notables who've unfortunately not been able to stick around for the party, so as to speak, falling on the other side of the cut. You have Vikrant Chopra, your friend from Noida. He's unfortunately missed the cut by a solitary shot. Then you have Shaurya Binu, the winner earlier on, missing the cut. Abhinav Lohan. And you go lower down, you have Arjun Bhati, who seems to be have I don't know, a few problems. He's not firing on all cylinders like he was the first year when he turned professional. Maybe he'll find his game sooner rather than later. Karan Pratap Singh. So,
A lot of people, I think, they've been sleeping this event after playing the last event well. Looks like they were not completely.
Pokrat Singh Gill, a surprise for me. This golf course would really lend itself well to somebody like him who bludgeons the ball and has good short game as well. So surprising that he's had a rather underwhelming week. Then you have Anshul Patel also missing the cut. Aryan Rupa Anand, promising youngster from Bengaluru.
He's not had the last few weeks have been a struggle for him. You can see.
And obviously Manu Gandas at 6 over par. So the windy conditions did make it difficult, and there is a certain element of difficulty that has been added by that slight bit of rough on the fairways. Believe you me, I know that it won't quite affect the players to that degree, but you tend to catch few flyers, and the thing is, I don't know if I'm right or wrong, Amit, but longer hitters catch more flyers because they have more swing speed, and medium hitters, for them, that rough won't make much difference because they don't have that kind of spin anyway. So they play for that bounce and roll. But a longer hitter, it makes life a little more difficult for them.
Another thing, I'm going to ask you a very straightforward question. Would you prefer a 100-yard wedge shot or a 60-yard wedge shot?
I think a 60-yard wedge shot, but depending on where the flag is.
Now, if they're not going to give you the flag in the center of the green out here, they're going to give it in the corners because that is your defense for a tournament, right? So I would actually say if somebody's hitting it really far, it's not necessarily an advantage. Let's say, for example, if probably stroke index 1, let's go to the toughest hole in IDC, which is probably number 8, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So if the pin is on the back, or would you like a 100-yard shot or a 60-yard shot?
You would take a 100-yard shot.
Yeah. So, just bashing it as far as you can and then seeing, okay, what am I going to do for him? Probably not the best ploy.
But you want to see golf courses do a lot more of that. What's your take? I mean, they are rolling back the ball maybe after 5-6 years, but in the interim, just sort of tiger proofing, so as to speak.
Grow the rough. You can shift the landing area of a fairway very easily, bringing in the rough from one side and opening it on the other side, just lengthening the hole as a result. So making it more of a dog leg. And then making sure that you give them sell. We have tournament golf going on, and we want to reward skill, right? So not just power.
Okay,
So
look at Tappy Guy. Let's see if he has the skill to hold this one out. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, as they say.
a rewarding skill. For example, like we just finished the master, the first major golf major, and Scotty Scheffler came up on top. He was expected to, but I was watching the live coverage, and hole number 9, amongst the last 12 group 12 players, that's the last 6 groups, everybody hit the fairway on number 9. Everybody had 100 yards or less coming in. The pin was middle left, tight pin. You need to pitch it past and spin it back. You pitch it on the pin and spin it, it'll come off the green. The closest to the pin was, other than Scotty, who hit it, who all lipped out, was Rory, 15 feet away. Nobody hit their wedge as close as him. He was dialed in on his wedges. So it's not a game of power. Everybody hit it 90 yards. Couple of Bryson missed the green from 90 yards. He spun it off the green. Uh, you can see that it was not just about everybody had 90 yards left. It's not like somebody's going to is hitting from 150 yards out. So golf rewards skill also. So this is having the pin in positions where you need to control your spin and your trajectory is also very important when it comes to setting up a golf course. M Dharma on the tee on number 2, the 200-yard par 3. He's bailed it out to the right. The pin is back left today. You see a lot of balls being bailed out to the right. That's where they will miss it in case they do. And that's a really fast chip from there. He's got that knob on the green to contend with. It's the other two players in this group, Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal and Sanit Bishnoi.
I think the tee is further up. There's another tee behind it, so this
Yeah.
one's probably playing 20 yards shorter. So,
They've taken the pin back 22 yards.
but this from here, I mean, it really does change the complexion of the hole. Makes it a lot easier. From the back tee, you'd probably be hitting a 6 iron. Medium hitters would probably be hitting a 6 iron. Long hitters a 7, maybe 8
From
iron.
the-
But from here, this tee, you could see Rajiv probably going in with maybe an 8. So it changes
Yeah, it
the
changes
entire
the
complexion.
complexion,
Longer
yeah.
hitters going with a 9. So I'm not quite certain why they've done that.
This makes it much more approachable. The pin, which is on the left side, very close to the bunker. So maybe there's going to be some. Generally, what tournament directors do, if they take the pin right to the back, they'll bring the tee box in front a bit. To the yardage, the total yardage of the golf course is the same. Then maybe the pin and the tees are fluctuated.
See, you can see that tee about good 20 yards behind. So
Makes it easier, much easier.
yeah, much. Otherwise, this is a difficult hole. Like
Otherwise,
sometimes
from,
the pin
from
is at the back,
pin, it's a good like a 5 or 6 iron.
back left flag, it's a 5 iron
Yeah.
for a medium hitter, and that does hitting the green itself becomes an accomplishment under windy conditions.
Sanit, I like his golf swing a lot.
Comes in really high with a lot of compression.
Yeah. So he can when you have that, you can attack the tight pins better, more often. This is bringing you a bird's eye view of what our golfers face on hole number 2 at the Ridge course at the Classic Golf and Country Club. It's a downhill par 3 with the bunker on the front left. The bunker on the right is not actually in play for our professional golfers. It's more for the club golfers. Then this green, which has a spine running through the center of it, divides the green into 2 sections. The pin is on the back left today. And this is the par 5 third hole. I like the design of this hole a lot. It's a sharp dogleg from right to left. Encourages right to left ball flight off the tee, and then you have to reverse it to get close to the pin on your second shot. This is a home course for Tappy Guy, who you see on your screen. Leaderboard on your screen. Rajiv is still in front. He's parred the first hole, as has his playing, except for Sanit, who seems to have missed that small putt which he had after chipping up. Well, not the ideal start he was looking for, but this still very early days. He's a prolific ball striker. He's going to give himself a lot of opportunities. So tough chips coming up for Dharma and Rajiv on number two. It's quick from there. The greens are quicker today than they've been playing over the past 2 days. And it'll require all his skill to get this to stop close to the hole. You can see that it is a very small margin for him to land the golf ball. Ideally, you would want to pitch it just on the green. And there's this big nodule which leads to a spine on the green. It's going to throw the ball left, and the moment it lands, and it's pretty fast also from there. For the viewers who want to know how to deal with situation like that, general rule: when you have a downhill fast chip, you want there are two friends you have: height and spin. So you want to put more height on the ball and you want to put more spin on it, so you can control the release of the ball. You can see that what came out a bit lower than what I expected it to come out from there, and Dharma would have wanted to come out a bit higher as well. So Rajiv's ball, which just gone over the green, has trickled itself back on the center of the green. You can see that he's playing for at least 4 or 5 feet of break. On live feed 2, we have hole number 6. Rajiv with his birdie putt on number 2 underway. Now overnight leader. That's a really good lag. That's a really fast putt that he had on that second green. Abhijit Singh Chadda on your screen. On hole number 4, the par 4. Pin is 29 paces in and 5 from the left, so it's a top left pin. Sanit with his birdie putt coming up just a bit short on number 2. Really good roll on the ball by Abhijit Chadha on number 4 for birdie. Abhijit, one of the longer hitters on the PGTI. Playing alongside Abhijit are Mohammad Azhar and Mohammad Akbar Hussain. On live feed 1, we have Dharma, the closest pursuer, with his par putt coming up on number 2. He had narrowly missed the green on the right, left himself a really tricky downhill chip, which has gone good 7-8 feet past the hole. So he's got an uphill left to right, 8 footer for par. Let's see if he's read this properly. Just running out of steam a bit, as a result, missing on the lower side, so leading to a bogey. So the closest to pursuers.
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? Amrutanjan Electro Plus. जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
It's just a bit of a dog leg from left to right. Not a drastic curve in this fairway, but you want to start it at the left bunker and peel it off there. And it prefers a fade off the tee, as do most holes at IDC, Classic Golf and Country Club. The ideal ball start line would be aiming at the right edge of the left fairway bunker and putting a little bit of a fade on it. This is the hole-in-one hole. The hole-in-one prize this week is the Nissan Magnite. And it's a very wide target on number 5, but very little depth to the green. So getting the right yardage is imperative. You can see the pin today is in the hollow in the center front of the green. Downhill, couldn't be playing more than 9-9 for professional golfers today. We have Sachin Basoya, who's birdied the first two of the first 3 holes, has moved up to 8 under to join M Dharma at 8 under. Rajiv with his tee shot on number 3 looks to be happy with it. Not the longest of the tee, Rajiv, but effective. Doesn't miss too many drives. Pretty straight off the tee.
He's a medium hitter, maybe carries his driver somewhere in the vicinity of maybe about 255 yards. Maybe
Yeah,
260 when it's a good shot, but he's very consistent. He's straight off the tee.
yeah, and they're getting a little bit of roll on the fairways this week, so that's gonna go closer to the 300 mark once it rolls out.
In fact, for one, I myself being a medium hitter, I really do enjoy golf in the summers. The ball does travel further. Great equalizer. If you're playing golf in the winters or the monsoon, the difference does get really accentuated between the longer hitter and the shorter hitter because the ball doesn't run. But in warmer conditions, I've seen medium hitters can actually hit it as far as the long hitters because they get more roll.
Yeah, they have lesser spin on their ball also as a result of that's why the ball doesn't carry that much. The spin keeps the ball up in the air longer, which comes from swing speed. On the live feed 2 is Dharma. He's just bogeyed number 2. He's fallen a further shot back of Rajiv, who has parred the first 2 holes. So solid start by a leader. He's doesn't seem to have shown us hasn't shown us any nerves so far, which is good.
Yeah, that's good. We've been able to handle the first few holes, and it should get easier from here on in.
Quick start by my friend Rahil Ganji. He's 3 under after 6.
He's really hitting his stride, is Rahil, the last 6 months.
He had a little bit of a slump, I would say, as far as his performance is concerned. But he's got a good head. He's a good ball striker. Great short game as well. He's got a good overall game. So I'm not surprised that he's playing this well.
I look back at that brilliant shot there on hole number 5.
It's a very uh, I I can see a hole in one on this hole, by the way.
Yeah, it's almost in a bowl, and you hit it on either side of the hole. And it's possible that it could end
Somebody
up.
could actually drive away with Nissan Magnite this week. The number five, I would say, would be the easier par out of the four par threes at Classic Golf in
Yes.
India. Yeah.
If I was the car sponsor, I'd feel that I'm flirting with giving a car away. But that's the good intention. I think it's the best opportunity
But
for players,
it's
and even the flag where it is. To be honest with
basically
you,
the it's a prize which is insured, so it's they want to give it away. We want to see someone drive away with a Nissan Magnite.
but yeah, definite shout out to them, and it is the partner this week is Nissan Motor India.
It's so good to see them. They powered the last two events at Chandigarh and Noida. It's good to see that a car company is finally coming on board with our tour and supporting us. Probably one club too much for Abhijit on number five. His ball's gone to the back of the green.
Maybe a little too eager to make that hole in one and drive away with that fantastic car.
But you never know, he's a long hitter and he might have been between clubs and probably gone with a longer option.
I have one question for you. We are not always going for the flag on a par three. Oftentimes, you're playing away from a flag stick. When there's a car and there's a prize for hole in, invariably you end up going for the flag. Doesn't that change things?
That
Because
we,
players always you're rarely going at the flag. You may be playing 15 feet left, 20 feet right, and so on and so forth. You think that changes the strategy for a player? He's definitely going for the flag then.
yes and no, because reward is a big thing, and you put in, for example, if you're going to get rewarded more, would you put in more effort in anything? Not,
Theoretically, yes, of course.
the reward is a big thing. You feel like you need to put in more effort when the reward is more. So it's just human
Yeah,
tendency.
but my question is like players are aiming away from the flag. For example, maybe where the flag is here, sometimes you might want to play right, or maybe not here. This is quite a benign flag, but somewhere else, like you would actually play away from the flag when there's a prize for a hole in one. Do you think the players are going for the flag? That's my question.
I would preferably aim a bit left to the safer side and bring it in from the safer side towards the flag. So if I hit it, if I miss it, I'm still close on the safer side. That would be the right ploy to use. But yes, you will be more. You'll
Aggressive.
more aggressive about. You'll be a more attacking mindset, playing a high reward hole. That's Yashas Chandra MS on number four, the
Hole
par
number.
four. Yeah, the so the pin's on the back left on number four. It's a tight pin. But it's a
Yes.
very short. After you hit a drive, and if you hit a good drive, you've got nothing more than a sandwich coming in there. So I like the fact that they put the pins in these corners because it's going to reward distance control on your wedges. It's going to reward that. And if you are good with your distance control, you will have a lot of opportunities.
That's really neatly done there by him.
I don't. I don't know about in yesteryears. I remember practicing on the range, full pitching wedge, full 9 iron, full 8 iron. Like we never practice to yardages. We practice our clubs, which went a certain yardage. Now things have changed. Or yeah, people have devices telling them how far the ball is going, and they'll pick up a yardage in their head and then hit a ball, and you see whether they've hit it that yardage in the right direction, and which is going to make hitting it close to tight pins easier. It's technology is really supporting people getting more accurate.
Hole number four. Par four playing to about a little bit over 400 yards.
Pretty, I like the design of number four. It favors a little bit of a fade off the tee. You aim it at the left bunker and, have this nice cut and it releases up the fairway. This is Prakarasawa on your screen on number four with a downhill right to left birdie putt.
It's fairly makeable putt, this one.
Yeah, we just saw Abhijit Singh Chadda make this. It's fast, but it's easy to read. There's nothing much in the way. You can see that he's read it correctly as well.
Just ran out of steam there.
And a big part of making putts is the ability to read the line correctly, which when you have a putt like Prakar had on number four, it's an easy read. There's not too much different slopes or grains involved. Sanit, sorry, Sachin with his birdie putt on number four. He's got off to a flyer. He's 2 under after 3 holes. This is moving there, and he's moving in the right direction. Just bounced on him a bit at the beginning of the putt. He seems to be surprised by the result. Thought it might have broken a bit more, but we saw that ball bobble up a bit in the beginning of its journey. Shaurya, to get to play on the PGTI, people think it's a cakewalk, but it's a tough ask. There's a pre-qualifying. It has three
stages,
three
yeah.
stages to it. That there's so many golfers wanting to qualify for the PGTI that they have to divide the pre-qualifying into 3 lots basically, and then once you make it through the pre-qualifying, which is a very small number, I think 10 make it through each session.
Approximately 22 or 21.
Okay, no,
And they're close to about 100 and almost, I think, 140 playing in each or more, if I remember.
So 20, about 20 come out from each,
Yeah.
and then they get joined by the people who narrowly missed keeping their cards on the previous years.
Yes.
And then it's a field of again 140.
Yeah, about 100 and close to about it's basically 22 and ties. So I think this time was close to 138, 140.
Yeah,
I think.
so 140, and now out of these 140, 40 will keep their card.
Exactly.
And the scoring goes to under par. It went under par. The card went at 1 under or something from what I remember this year.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to.
So it's to get to play. These gentlemen who are on your screen have earned their spot on this tour through this process or other processes. Like you keep your card. For that, you need to make X amount of prize money in the year, which means that you need a scoring average of around 72 to keep your card.
Jairaj here.
He's got somebody else on his back this week.
Yeah, seems to be. As he's facing this downhill putt on hole number 6 and just about.
Overborrowing it a bit. It's a front left pin. It's a tricky pin. It's a fairly short par 4. So with water in play off the tee, but generally if you there's a lot of space on the right to hit your tee shot. So. And after that, you're left with a wedge, and it's to this really tight pin, which is tucked in the front left. And these front flags are actually trickier than the back flags. If you get your yardage wrong, you actually miss the green.
As you have a look at Sachin there, having his go at winning that splendid car, the Nissan Magnite. Let's see if this is the one.
Yeah, he's taking dead aim all day today. So he's hit this.
That's a really good shot.
Yeah.
Unfortunate not to have caught that downslope. That could have been really close.
That was Mohammad Sanju on your screen. The third member playing alongside Gerard is Khalin Joshi, who's got off to a flyer as well. Mohammad Sanju tidying up on number 6. On live feed 2, we have Kakar Asawa.
Going at hole number 5. Let's see.
Or was that Yashas? I think it was Yashas on the tee.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a brilliant shot. Again, you've seen two really good shots. Maybe about a couple of inches off. But they're really dialed in, are these players?
It's a green light flag, it's 9 iron, and it's in a collection area, it's in a bowl. If you miss it marginally right or left, it's going to feed towards the hole.
Yeah, that's Prakhar now. I think that was
Yeah, that was
Yashas.
Yashas on the tee earlier. My apologies.
Teeing it up towards the right hand side of this tee. So maybe favoring a left to right fade on this one. Any short shape.
Sometimes the short shape also dictated by the yardage also. So if you know that the club is too much, is maybe half a club too much, you want to take something off, you want to put a left to right movement on it to take the distance off. And if it's half a club short, you want to stand right and give it a nice whip, bring it in, and get that extra 5 yards. So the short shape.
Oh, he's got the wrong hole. I think he didn't quite get the notification. It was.
The one with the flag in
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Yeah.
That can happen. So
He's left himself a lot of work now on this relatively simple par 3.
that's really out of character. That's quite a bad shot, to be honest. A big miss to hit it in that bunker with that short club.
I agree with you on that. It's probably, you can see he's not very happy with himself. He's showing
Yeah,
us
he's definitely crossed with
his,
himself after
yeah,
that shot. As we have a look at hole number 4.
as Arjun Prasad on your screen. Little
Actually,
more than 100 yards or so
yeah, seems
left.
he's a little further behind, maybe about 125 yards to the flag, going in with the pitching wedge, it seems.
Yeah. I love the changeover in his swing. It's a beautiful rhythm. Looks to be happy with it. Just maybe a bit right of the flag, but dialed in for distance. This is some slow motion replay of what happened on tee number 1 today. You can see Mukesh stays on top of it a lot. That helps him move it left to right freely. You see someone on top of the ball, it's gonna be easier for him to move it left to right. You can see this one goes a bit behind and down, favors a right to left. The body is dictating how he's gonna. Let's see what Yashas has to show us.
Hey, wide.
Yeah, and stays on top. He can move it both ways. Won't have too much of right to left or left to right movement. Very neutral with his spine through the shot.
So interesting putt coming up for Sachin. Difficult read. Not quite sure which way that would break. That happens when the pin is in a little bit of a trough and you're a couple of feet above. How would you call this bunker shot? Is it some shot that you might try and roll it up or just pitch it in that bowl?
I would, preferably, give it a little more, lesser spin, bring a little medium height, let it pitch somewhere between where the bowl starts and where green starts, and let it trickle down. I would say that would be an easier way to get it close. Yeah, pretty straightforward bunker shot though. Should be able to get it within 5 feet very quite easily. Oh, it looked like his ball was plugged though. Shaurya, you saw how much of a swing he took at it.
Yeah, well, that was a really good shot.
Yeah.
All things considered, I would say that's a 9.5 on 10.
Yeah, it's 4 or 5 feet from there is what you would expect from yourself.
It's been a fantastic season thus far. Now let's have a look at some of the stats.
Yashath is last week was good for him. He and the week before also was good for him. And we
A look at the order of merit. A look at the order of merit. You have Veer Alawat leading at 86 lakh 82,000. Thanks in large part to his fantastic outing at the Indian Open and also his victory.
he's almost reached the mark that you need to reach to or win the order of merit, which is probably 1.1, 1.2.
Exactly.
He's almost there. So it's going to be a tough ask for the others to catch up with him.
Yeah, Manu Gandas is always there in the fray. He's at number two at 42 lakh. Rahil Ganji also staking his claim. He's at 43 lakh. Angad Chima, who's unfortunately missed the cut this week at 28 lakh. Abhinav Lohan also not able to make the cut. So shows you, and even Shaurya Binu. So this golf course has not been too kind
Yeah.
to the hot favorites. Actually,
Three of the top, four of the top six are out.
And you have Akshay Sharma, Gaganjeet Bhullar, Karan Pratap Singh as well not making the cut. So maybe there's something to this golf course.
I think took it too lightly. They said, "Okay, this is an easy track, and you're going to just ease
Yes,
us." Yeah, you get complacent. When you're playing well.
And this track has changed a little bit. As I said, you have to maybe not hit so many drivers of the tee. Try and keep it in the fairway. So that's made the difference for them. And I'm certain the wind would have had a certain.
Yeah, it was
part
gusting yesterday. People who started in the second half found it very difficult to judge the distance correctly because it was switching directions and it was gusty. Switching directions is okay. You can just wait. But when it's gusty, you have to, and you're trying to hit a particular yardage, you can miscalculate by 10, 15 yards easily. And if it's 10, 15 yards in the wrong direction, it could lead to a bogey very easily. Tappy guy on the screen with what looks to be a very short birdie putt.
Jamal Hussain really low down on that order of merit, 53rd position, 8 tournaments, and has not really played that well this year. Has had 3 cuts made, so he's off color this year.
Yeah, he was on song last year. He was right in the mix of things till the end. And Prakar making a really good par from that bunker on number 5. That should give him a little bit of confidence because, once you can get away with a loose tee shot like that, it helps that you can back yourself a little more.
Now, a word about our tour partners. Tour partner Tata Steel. Tata Steel Group is among the top global steel companies with an annual crude steel capacity of 33 million tons per annum. It is one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers with operations and commercial presence across the world. The group recorded a consolidated turnover of US $20.41 billion in financial year 2018, which roughly translates to 133,000 crore. That's such a big number. It's quite difficult to fathom. And in 2018, Tata Steel acquired Bhushan Steel Limited, now renamed as Tata Steel BSL Limited. And Amrutanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus, we've already introduced them, and they're just fantastic in their association with the game. And they have such a rich legacy, 127-year-old company with a rich legacy and best known for its iconic brand, Amrutanjan Pain Balm.
For people who don't know, their founder was actually a freedom fighter.
Oh.
Yeah, Mr. K. Nageshwar Rao, the company was founded in Mumbai. Later on, it moved to Chennai, where it is right now. But he was actually a freedom fighter.
So we definitely doff our hat to him and the legacy that this company has. As we have a look at the fifth hole again.
Yeah, Tappy guy on the screen, making a birdie on number 4. So he's moving in the right direction. He's 8 under now.
Also another good shot, missing that landing area by about a yard.
You can see that it's not they haven't they might be between clubs. Sometimes when you're between clubs, you choose to err on the side where you feel you can.
A side of safety.
Yes,
You don't want to be
yes.
dropping a
Because
shot
on a
if
front pin, you don't want to be missing it just short and then struggling to make par.
and the other partner is Bisleri. Distilleries enjoyed title of pioneers of the packaged drinking water category for over 5 decades and are proud to be associated with PGTI this year as the official hydration partner. With their new campaign, Drink It Up, the brand is turning a new leaf in its illustrious journey. So all the golfers drink it up and stay hydrated with Distillery. So you're happy. So you're ready to grab every opportunity on the course.
I would strongly suggest to them to drink it up this week. It's hot and it's dry.
And this ball, let's see if again another push to the right. I'm not quite. I can't remember that
So these are the
players are
ones
doing
that they've taken one half a club short,
and they're
and
trying to hit it too hard.
they're trying to hit it too hard, bringing it from right to left to get that extra 5 yards. And sometimes when you just get a little bit late on it, and it leaves the club face open, when you're trying to hit it, we call it in coaching terms plus swings. You stay behind and you turn the club over. And sometimes when you're a little bit too late, it remains open, and then you leak it out to the right because you are trying to move it that much
There's some
extra.
confusion regarding the club. You're right about this flag being an in-between flag. You see Mukesh changing his club, maybe going. I would think this for him. I'm not certain if he's lost some yardage of the tee. Otherwise, should be a 9 iron for him. How long he used to hit this flag, playing to about
He
150
hits
from
his
here.
short irons quite long because he has the strong grip and he shuts the club face, and those short irons come out. He has a low penetrating ball flight, and hits his short irons surprisingly long.
It's a lot of hands, not much body movement now in
Yeah,
that swing.
and you can see that he has chosen that club, but he somehow got the ball to roll up that steep slope.
It's not too bad actually. It's rather close. He's got the best shot of the lot. Obviously, age also does impede on speed and things like that. You see, the rotation has reduced a lot. He's always a left-right player, but the body was quite active at one point in time. But he's still commendable at this age. He
Yeah,
reminds you a little bit of Tom Watson playing the British Open and almost winning it. So.
I played with him quite a few times, and it's un, it doesn't look like he's playing that well. If you play with him, there's quite a few misses, but not none big, and you think, oh, maybe one or two under, and then the scorecard shows 500-600. I said, really?
I think the thing is that how bad are the bad shots. That's what's
Yeah,
important
his
for a lot of
misses.
these players. Their dispersion is they're very tight dispersion.
Yeah, his
So
misses are not big, and he's fantastic around these dinky little shot like what he has. I won't put it past him if he holds that part. It's right up his alley. This is, he has this range which I remember between I would say 8 and 20 feet. Really good because he gets the pace correct every time. He's a really good reader of the line, good pace control. Once you read the line well and you have good pace control, that 15-20 footer, 80 between 8 and 20 feet requires these two things to be met: good line reading matched up with good pace. So he's quite. I won't put it past him. And you can see from here that the Classic Golf and Country Club have the greens. You can this green used to be considerably shorter. They I remember going there in the winter, and I saw them, like the number 4, the front and the back both have been extended. Number 16 has been extended because over the years, they the guys who cut the green, over time it becomes smaller and smaller, and that hole is not designed to have such a small green, so they've got that original uh, length and width to the green back.
and a very warm welcome and good morning. It's 10 o'clock.
Still morning, yeah, yes, it is. And this is me, Amit Dubey, and this is Shaurya, and we are happy to bring you this third round coverage. And It's always a pleasure commentating with him. We have quite a few discussions and knowledge that we keep exchanging with all our viewers.
It's for me as well, given your experience and background and rich history in the game. It's really a joy to learn and hear from you as you have a look at Sanit Bishnoi. It's a pretty makeable chip right
Yeah,
here.
just green light zone. I won't put it past
Oh,
him.
look at
See,
that.
like this is what you could see. His technique was so good. He got the club in the right path very quickly, and the beautiful release of the head into the ball came out soft. I was explaining to the viewers earlier, when you have fast greens, you have two friends when you chip.
How do you call this chip shot? Sorry to interject. This seems a little tricky because you have maybe about 3 or 4 yards to carry and not much green. Now, the good thing about, how this chip shot has become easy because the rough is not up. If the rough were up, you'd have to really, the complexion of this shot changes.
Even now, there's a very small margin where he needs to land it, but
He might just land it off the green.
you know, like I was going to explain to you earlier, there are two friends he has: spin and height. If he gives it enough height, he can be a little more aggressive with it. If he's coming in low, he has to be defensive. That means his landing spot becomes even smaller. So let's see what he chooses to do. Whether he comes in a bit higher and lets it, release up, or is it? So no, he's coming in low. You see that he's chased it up. His margin was really small for
And,
that.
and you can only play that shot when the rough is not high.
Yeah.
And when the rough is up, that's where better short game
Let's
players
see
separate
if
themselves.
I was right about Mukesh, and I was right about
There are a
Mukesh.
lot of holeouts that we're seeing. A chip in and then a birdie putt. Looks like today is going to be a low scoring day from the looks of it.
And if Mukesh wins, I'll be really happy because it tells you that you can win in the autumn of your life also, not just the summer and the
It gives you
spring.
some hope.
Yes.
We live vicariously, do we, Amit? I looked at Maniram and I've played a lot of golf with him. I said he's shooting 9 under. I should be able to shoot at least 1 under. It motivates you. I see Rajiv, such a good friend of mine. I played a lot of feeder tour, mini tour golf with him, and he's just a really nice guy, very affable. And you see him, it actually gives you some belief. Maybe you can play a little bit. It's what we live through others' experiences in life, and that's why I was really rooting for Maniram to play well. And
if the only thing difference between you and them is they are committed still, and you are not completely committed anymore, Shaurya. So for you to pick up your clubs and go and play in a tournament, you need to be tournament switched on, which is a different feeling altogether.
that's a good part right there by Rajiv.
Yeah, he came home drunk and fell inside
The front door.
Yeah, side door there, but he's home.
As
He's
long as
inside,
you fall through the door, I think that's what matters. And it's a good birdie.
And Vishnu catching a large part of the hole, but not finding it.
Unfortunate for Arjun there.
Arjun.
Missing that. Not many players wearing the visor anymore. It used to be a rave back in the day, but
And he's wearing the wide visor, the
reminds me of Davis Love the third.
Davis Love, and there's this guy on tour who still does it. He wears that wide one. He's called
Frederick Jacobs.
No, he's Keith Mitchell.
Okay.
Yeah, Keith Mitchell.
But you don't see many of those. Why
very-
would that be? Like, what's your take? I mean, is it fashion, or you just don't see players wearing the visor that much now?
I guess your head is still getting a lot of heat. In India, I would prefer a cap because your head gets really hot with the sun. I don't, the cap kind of protects the top of your head also. This one is better for your hair.
Yes, and I think,
but that is better for your head. So it's a choice between hair and head.
yeah, it's hell or high water. Now, as we have a look, wait for the players, we want to talk a little bit about Nissan. Nissan Motor India Private Limited, a subsidiary of Nissan Motor Co. Limited Japan, has been operating in the Indian automotive market since 2005 with a strategic investment of 1.8 billion in the Indian economy. Nissan and its global alliance partner Renault have created over 70,000 direct and indirect jobs, contributing to the country's growth and development. One of the key accomplishments for Nissan Motor India is the successful Nissan Magnite SUV, launched as part of Nissan's Make in India, Make for the World initiative. The Magnite has redefined the compact SUV segment with its value proposition, safety rating, the low cost of ownership. The Made in India vehicle has attracted over 1 lakh customers in India and has been exported to 15 markets around the world, with India serving as a manufacturing hub. The Magnite has also received several prestigious awards and recognitions such as the Global NCAP 4-star safety rating, the 2023 Iconic Brand of the Year, and the Dainik Jagran iNext Iconic Awards, and the Compact SUV of the Year 2021 by Top Gear, among others.
Nissan is a brand which I associated to a very one of my favorite movies. It's called Gran Torino. If you haven't seen it,
Yes,
it
you
is
talk
a
about Clint Eastwood's.
no. That is this one is based on people playing a video game based, and then it's one which. The video game players are then invited by Nissan, trained by them to race their race car, and it's a fantastic movie. It's shows you how much the brand is invested in the car, and it's a really good car. It's really good technology.
Yeah, I was just looking up. But there is a movie, very famous movie, Clint Eastwood movie, Gran Torino. So it's based on his ownership of this car. So the brand, obviously iconic with a lot of history, and that Gran Torino is an icon.
So if you ever get a chance, watch the movie. It shows you how much the brand believes in the automotive section, and how they are completely invested in getting a better vehicle on the road. Because once a brand is in the racing car segment, it uses a lot of that technology which is they use in their safety of a racing car in their you know general cars that they make. So which is the safety aspects go up a notch. Rajiv, fast start, 300 after 4. Shaurya, he's not showing any nerves. Sanit, it's 200 after 4.
Rajiv Eagle the third.
I told you, he's got that. The role is going to make him reach
Believe you
there.
me, Amit, I'm really excited to see this. If I have a horse in the race, it's this one, and hopefully Maniram can also turn around his fortunes. But uh, Maniram is even par for the day, 3 under for the tournament, maybe saving his best for the back nine.
Maniram is someone who's shown us that it's possible, which is sometimes all you need to know, that it is possible to do it at that age with that kind of length. You don't need to be a certain distance to shoot a certain score. So it gives a lot of people who are thinking about maybe I'm not got enough length.
I think
and they can
Maniram,
rethink their strategy.
I think Maniram has been like Roger Bannister for Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, showing him that the 3 minute mile can be done, broken.
Yes, absolutely. And believing in that you don't need to be a certain length of the modern day player hits it so much further. By the way, I was watching a video, and Rory McIlroy, who's probably leading same club he had. I remember there was a tailor-made burner plus with that. They had dimples on the head. It had the gold shaft. It was called a Tour Gold. So I had a Tour Gold driver. Mizuno also had a very similar club. It was a TP5 or something was called. And we played with that club. It was, and we could still reach par fives in two.
I think
Rajiv
you're
coming
right
up
about that.
woefully short on number 5, maybe between clubs and trying to pump up a shorter club. Sanit getting the yardage right, but just maybe missing the mark, that slope that brings it in.
I think you're right about that. Even with the older clubs, I do remember that I had that Hawkeye. I think I never hit a driver further when I was young. Good old days when I was probably 16, 17. I used to really roll that club up long. So technology has made a difference.
And the ball, Shaurya, don't get me
Yes.
wrong, the ball, play the Titleist professional that, or the Titleist Ballada that we played. It didn't go very far, I can tell you. It
The
spun
Max
a lot.
Fly, the Max
Max
Fly and
Fly
all.
Revolution, then the Max Fly had the other good balls that they came up with.
It's a good chip by Rajiv there, just showing you that he's
The Royal
really.
Max Fly, which was their Ballada ball, and the Max Fly Super 432, which was more like a mid segment ball. But the ball also has changed so drastically. It's become so much, it goes so much further.
But it gives you newfound respect for the older generation players. Like Jack Nicklaus used to still hit it so far with those that equipment. So I would feel, they say that the players are stronger today, but maybe that's not really the case. Maybe the players do exercise, but where there's a dichotomy there that I can't quite wrap my head around.
I think they found the middle of the club face. I'll tell you a story about Jack Nicklaus, people, that to viewers who don't understand how good he was, or how far he did. So the olden driver, the wooden driver, uh, had.
Sanith here, hole number 5.
We're going to get back to that after we see Sanit hit his putt for
Fairly
birdie.
makeable putt if you just get the speed right. Should break a little to the left, so not much mystery in terms of the line that he would have to take.
Yeah, if you get it started on line, and the slope will do the rest of the work for you.
Oh, just underrated a bit, but that's a very good putt nevertheless.
Yeah, he just misread it a smidgen.
Yeah, that's a good putt nevertheless. The lowest score out on the golf course is Sarthak Chibar, 4 under, 7 under for the tournament. Then you have your leader. I think there was an error in the scoring. Our apologies, which has been corrected here. So it seems that he didn't quite make an eagle. We have an update that he's in fact 1 under par for the rounds of field. That's why pencils need erasers. Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, it's but I was so happy to read it.
Yeah, I was
Read
quite
that,
ecstatic,
but
and
I guess he's still under par, so it's fine. He's not shown any nerves. He had a tricky chip, played it to perfection. Nerves show on these delicate chips. Dharma on your screen. He's got a little bit of work left. He's a bull terrier. He grinds himself into positions and wills the ball into the hole. So many congratulations to my fellow commentator. He has become a father for the second time. He's been blessed by a baby girl, Shania. Hope she's healthy and seems to have brought a bigger smile on his face.
thank you, Amit. Yes, both mother daughter are doing well, and yes, now more happiness and excitement in life. My son doesn't quite take to golf, so I'm hoping that I can get my daughter to maybe get into the game.
Yeah, Dharma willing it in. He has this eye that says that, I won't leave a millimeter on the golf course.
Fancy T-shirt there by.
That's his sponsor's logo, the Air India Express logo. So
That's a
he's,
big,
yeah,
big logo.
he's wearing it on himself boldly. So coming back to Nicholas' story, McGregor was his sponsor. They used to have an insert which was in the wooden driver. It had 4 screws on it, and every month or two he used to crack the insert. So uh, McGregor started putting 6 screws on the insert just to make sure that Nicholas didn't crack it.
And he was really strong, was Nicholas.
Yeah.
He had that burly strength. Him and Arnold Palmer. I've read the book by Lee Trevino, Super Mex. It's a really fascinating book that talks about how he played golf and how he bet his way around and
Yeah,
made
he's
money. And he used to talk about a story where Arnold Palmer and Nicholas and I think Lee Trevino and Gary Player, they went to a South African mine And so there was a legend that if you can carry out the gold, there used to be these big buckets in one hand, then you can keep it. I mean, it is just a colloquial thing. And they said that Arnold, the foreman and all these people working in the mine couldn't do that. Arnold Palmer was actually able to lift it with his hand. So they said that's how strong Arnie's arms were. They said, "Am I getting to keep the gold?" They said, "No, unfortunately not."
It's amazing where Lee Trevino came from, and where how he's taken his life to where he's a superstar of golf. His father, he used to work in the graveyard, so he had very, very humble beginnings.
Gerard's there, unfortunately, not making that putt.
Yeah, narrowly missing out. He's looks like he's got lady luck on his side as well, but not on that hole.
Yeah, just missed it on the lower side. Another thing this week, hole number 6, it has a lot. Usually has a lot more water in the hazard. Obviously, owing to the summer conditions, you can see that the
Okay,
level is a
just
little.
narrowly missing it on the short side. Left himself a little bit of work, but now you watch his hands. He has got amazing
He's
hands.
3 under for the day, Mukesh.
Yeah, look at this. This is what I saw for quite a few years playing with him. This will land exactly where it needs to land, and softly.
Yeah, really nice. And that's a very
Yeah,
difficult shot, mind you.
it's very difficult, I
It's
can
not
tell
an
you,
easy
yeah.
shot by any measure because he's hitting from about a yard below and it's downhill. It's quick. There's not much green, but he's just been able to caress that ball onto the green. And
But this is his Waterloo, the next part coming up.
yeah,
Yeah, he makes it most of the time, but he doesn't look comfortable doing it at all. He looks very jittery.
on
But
short putts.
but he does it most of the time, but it looks very jittery. So when you're playing with him, you're thinking, why is he looking so jittery? You might miss it, but most of the time he does it, but doesn't look very comfortable doing it. For somebody who is so comfortable over 8, 10, 12 footers, he looks very uncomfortable over the small putts.
I think that's pretty similar with myself as well, and that's something I wish to change. I think that's when you get tied to the result.
Yeah,
It's nothing more than
yeah.
that because you expect to make that 3-footer. That's the problem.
Expectations lead to disappointment, my friend.
So if you can sort of separate yourself from the outcome, then I think you can make those parts.
As the famous saying from my coach, he says, expectations is the recipe for disappointment. Well, we have Arjun on our screen with his birdie putt on number 6. He's played it to the fat side, leaving himself a 15-footer down the hill, moving left to right for birdie.
This flag is barely on the green.
I like the flag. It's a very short hole. I like what they've done with the flag pin positions today.
This one, hole number 5, very similar flag pin positions, right at the front.
Probably the toughest flag on number 5. If I were with the car sponsor, I would put it on the top right.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would put it on the top right. And
You would not want anybody driving
nobody's
away
gonna
with
go
the
for
car.
that. Yeah, because it could be a risk and reward hole, and you don't want to risk a stroke playing for a car which you might not,
I think that's what I was thinking. That would make it a lot more. That would get higher numbers. Players going.
Actually,
at
I would
back
put
right
the
flag.
car on number 11, which is 225
And
30
hide
yards.
hide the pin right at the left.
And then it's almost like a small par 4 when it's top left there, because you can't even see you can just see the top of the flag over the fence.
But that's a good majority of the players hit rescue there. Medium length players would be hitting a rescue, trying to draw it from the right. And if the hole plays headwind, left to right, it's a real murderous, difficult hole. You can be hitting 3-wood as well.
Par would be a really good score on that hole for 4 days if they had done that. But 5th is very gettable. I'm surprised nobody's had one yet. Tappy guy with his birdie putt on number 6, narrowly missing. So let me see if Mukesh has got his short putt nerves under control. I would love to. I haven't seen him on screen for a long time. He's playing well after a long time. I'm happy to see that. He's 125 times he's won on tour. I don't think many people on this planet have been able to achieve that.
Yeah, that has to be some sort of a world record, I feel.
Yeah. And he has he has journeyed from, I remember him, we played tournaments in Batiari Golf Club in Chittagong, to Panther Golf Course in Amritsar, to, let me go to the extremes, Dig Boy, where he's won so many times, and Cosmo in Chennai, Trivandrum, he's won in Cochin on that really long track. He's won in Kalhar. He's won all over over the map of India. There's not a single
Probably the
part of
only
India.
thing that
He won one. He's won on the Asian Tour. He's a one-time winner. He won the Panasonic India. I
yeah, but
remember after a long wait, all his peers had won it and he hadn't. And finally got through. I was so happy to see that because he put in. I remember he used to be full of confidence playing, and then suddenly when the Indian Open came, he used to second guess himself. And because he had put so much of pressure on himself to win because he had won so much on, and all his peers who had not won as much as him had already won on the Asian Tour.
yeah, but he never really ventured a lot overseas or had. He played a little bit, I think, on Asian tours, but he never really backed himself
Sure, yeah, I
to.
can tell you, getting to playing on the Asian Tour, coming from the background he has, you need a good sponsor to go and play on the Asian Tour. You're going to spend X amount of money on the travel and stay and other stuff there, and which is minuscule in India comparatively. And he didn't have it, yeah. And so, there's coming from the background, he has to see how much time he takes over this.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
taking an
yeah,
inordinate amount of
yeah.
time, and you can make out he's jittery. He's not comfortable. You're right about
This is the
that.
only length I felt that he was not in control of. He
Yeah,
used
still.
to make it though. He'll make this part, but he
Yeah,
will
but you
take
can
his
see
time.
that the amount of
Yeah.
preparation and
And one last look, and he quickly take it back, and
look at that,
and
and
you
you
see,
even the stroke
yeah,
was.
it
I
wasn't
thought
the
he missed
same.
it.
Yeah.
I thought he missed it. To be honest with you, looked really uncomfortable on that one. I think he played a bit right though. The team up very far.
In 84. So I'll tell you what, he used to play golf when he first started, left hand below right. He used to play out of the golf course in Mao. My father, he played a lot of golf with my father in the mid 80s, and my dad was doing the higher command out there. He tried to draw that one. That's why he's come up a bit short
Yeah,
of that
but
one.
there's some older footage, but he's lost a lot of turn. Obviously, that's understandable.
Colorful locations. No, he generally likes to wear very colorful trousers. See that nice hold off cut India cement. That must be in Chennai.
Strong left hand.
Yeah. Strong right hands and low hands. That comes from the part of his career where he was playing left hand below right. So when you start with left hand below right, you generally try to keep your hands low, and you'll see the same thing with Shankar Das. He also started with left hand below right, and he also has very low hands with hand setup.
Look at how he's craned over. He's almost like a U when he's putting.
Yeah, he's got his own idiosyncrasies. I love this footage that they put together for him.
Yeah,
He
this is
really
really
deserves
nice.
it. He's put in so much of effort to be where he is. 125 victories is I would love to know if somebody's won more than him as a professional. I would love to know. I don't.
He's
I don't.
he's the consummate Iron Man of Indian golf. He's been there. He's four decades, 5 decades. In fact, the 80s, 90s, 2000,
That's
2010s,
a
and
really good footage of the ninth green, which is the par five. That's the majestic Grand Bharat Hotel. It's amazing. It almost looks unreal because it's like a oasis. It's like you go there, you see, man, this is majestic. And then the clubhouse at Classic Golf and Country Club, I keep saying ITC, but is fantastic as well. It gives you the old Scottish charm in a modern setting, modern Indian architecture setting, and it's it's a very hospitable golf club. There's hospitality out there. Everybody involved in the running of the golf course is hospitable. They make you feel at home, which is you can't say that about every venue that we travel to, but IDC has a classic golf and country club has been very hospitable to all its the professional golfers and clients. And this is hole number 6 with that tight front left pin. You see, not many golf balls come close there, Shaurya.
Yeah, but from the yardage that players have, maybe all inside 100 yards, you could spin a sandwich back, maybe pitch it like 5, 7 yards beyond it. So it's not really testing the players, not really getting the bunker that much into play or any impediment. So this is the flag that I find maybe the only flag that I don't quite agree with. It should be maybe a little further up, somewhere along the spine.
There are nobodies on this hole so far, so whatever they've done, they've kind of thought about it. But I can tell you, there's very little margin of error on the left. It's close to
This is
nothing.
Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also an infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Few birdies, but you can see our professional golfers. The level of golf they're playing out here. Scorecards are full of reds.
But I also have a feeling, I don't know if I'm wrong, that the tournament committee and the referee and so on, so that they've maybe made a conscious decision to give some easier pin positions maybe today as compared to what they do normally.
They had some tough pins in Noida on the last day. I can tell you, they had some pins that I had never seen at Noida golf course. Like,
Look at our leader, Dharma, in close pursuit, 2 shots behind Rajiv. It's going to be a quick putt. Really need to judge this perfectly if it is to get close.
he's putting well. He's in control of his nerves. You can see when you can lag it close, you're kind of, because the first thing that to go is the pressure gets tight, and moment that starts happening, your jawline gets tight, the breath gets a little shorter, and then the grip pressure gets a little harder, and then the ball is coming out at not the speed that you normally practice. So you can see that his breathing is very much in control, and the grip pressure as well. He's lagging it up close. He's not leaving himself much work.
This one, another part that on a similar line, maybe breaking from right to left downhill.
Yeah, the fastest starter today in the last few groups is Mukesh, actually, surprisingly, the old war horse. See, Sanit running it by a bit.
The famous old war horse, Man of War, a very famous horse. Mukesh Kumar, definitely, if anybody deserves that moniker, it's him. He's been a man of war. He's won in all decades. He's standing tall. He's weathered different storms. He's seen it all.
He knows how to maximize himself. He controls his mistakes. You won't see him any big numbers from Mukesh. You'll see, a lot of he knows that he doesn't need to hit it the furthest to make a birdie on a hole. He needs to he can get close with a longer club also. Sometimes the modern day golfer, they feel like they need to really overpower the hole, hit a really long tee shot and then leave himself with a on a par five, let's say, hit the green in two, and then I'll make. But Mukesh knows that he can do it with any. He has five different ways of doing it. And probably from the fact that his short game is so good, you know that even if he misses the green left or right on a par five, he'll get it up and down. Not every golfer can say that. Some of them, they say they need to hit it in two to make birdie, or give himself a birdie opportunity, or let it really close. Mukesh is not one of them. He's really good between 8 and 20 feet.
Sunit now.
Yeah.
I was surprised that the amount of time and effort that Mukesh did put in that. I mean, I've played a lot of golf. In fact, I've I've played match play with him in DGC SRF match play, and he was seed number one, and I was seed.
Did you put him to
64.
sleep or not?
I did, and that's how I
Okay.
beat him.
Okay.
I said, if you can't beat him, make him sleep.
Yeah.
So we had a really interesting
Beat
match
up a
play.
sleeping man. That's not fair. Sure, yeah.
Well, all's fair in love and war. You have to win, as they say. The victor writes the history. So
People say, sport is, participate. I think sport is all about winning. If you take the winning aspect out of sport, I don't think people would play it.
exactly, I think the thrill of competition is amplified by victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Did Mukesh go to qualifying school this year?
He has lifetime exemption,
Oh, wow.
but I
Actually,
think he still did play. I'm not certain. I think I'm not sure, to be honest.
because, he didn't keep his card last year. So,
Yes, he has a lifetime exemption, but that category is below the top 60, I think.
okay. So, yeah, it's good. That I, for one, think he should get it because he's done so much. But, qualifying school, coming back to that topic we were talking about, the grind of qualifying school, it's a grind. I've been to a few myself, and probably the highest pressure that professional golfer feels in playing a tournament is qualifying school.
That's a big drive here at hole number 8 by Veer.
That is
Oh,
Yashas
sorry.
Chandra MS, and he's
Look at that. His one hand, he's doing a La Hideki Matsuyama. He looked really disappointed. But he's made mincemeat of this whole. This is a long, challenging par four, and look at the shot. That's a flop shot that he's hitting on this. Like maybe all of 80, 85 yards.
yeah, air is hot. Got a little bit of roll on the fairways. It's going at least 25, 30 yards past what you normally would hit in the springtime.
And he, anyways, is a long hitter. So
Yeah. He's got very good timing on his shot. I was watching him play the national games because I was there, and the sound that he was getting on his strike was showed that the ball was spending very little time on the club face, which is the lesser time it spends, is the faster it's coming out, and that sound is different.
look now at hole number 8. Yeah, we're talking about this hole. It's a really nice winding hole.
Yeah, it's a wedge for you also, Shorty. I won't make more than that today. And
Yeah, I played. I played this pre-qualifying on Monday, and it's rather interesting. I really like still to try and play a few tournaments and
you
compete.
like the competitive juices
Yes,
flowing in you, right?
I totally stopped in between, but I realized it's a part of life that you don't want to let go of. It makes you feel alive. Competition It's probably the only thing where you flop out of bed at 4 in the morning, and you don't need an alarm. The excitement is so high.
I agree with
You
you.
know,
When you know that you're going to play well, yeah, I am a different. I have a different thing. When I'm playing well, I would love to go and play a tournament. Nothing better for me in life than to play a tournament when I'm playing well. But I don't practice as much as I want to play well.
So yeah, you have like the thing about you. Like I've seen a lot of past like golfers who are not playing full time anymore, and maybe haven't really retired, so as to speak. In golf, retirement is a very vague term. I find that talking about retirement, Mithun Pereira, so he's waved goodbye. But the thing about retirement in golf, you can come back anytime. It's not like a team sport that you in golf you want to come back, just play the Q school, and you're back again. As you have a look at Sachin with his long winding putt.
This is not as fast as you think it is because you're actually putting back into the grain. The grain grows in the from tee to green on the screen, so the ball releases a little more when it hits especially in the latter half of the green. The front of the half of the green, it is still from green to tee.
But yeah, you're right. So I played on Monday, and I've seen that some of the holes, it really does lend itself to a long hitter, and also I played with Bhanu Pratap Singh, who's a long hitter, good friend of mine, and saw him hit quite a few big drives and make like short work. But of course, he did air on a couple. He also shot a two over like myself, but. So this golf course can catch you unawares. One thing that not many people know, the hole number 9. So normally for a long hitter, they can get there in two. It's about 580. Very difficult for a medium hitter. I, for one, have never hit the green in two on that hole because the bunker comes. You have to really carry that bunker. So for a longer hitter, you can get there in two. But now the ball is going a little further, so that neck really
Becomes
comes
narrow.
into play.
It becomes very narrow
So
actually.
long hitters will actually, if they go the driver, it's a great chance that they'll push it to the right.
Yeah, you will catch that tree, those overhanging trees. I know that because, and they come in, and you actually have to favor almost the left side
And
of
the
it.
left is
Yeah.
out of bounds. So
Yeah.
maybe for the longer hitters, I would think the ninth is not a driver hole this week.
Yeah, you can get home at 2-3 woods also. And good putt by Prakar on hole number 8. He's 2 under after 7, so that should take him to 3 under.
So ninth playing in at 576 yards. So I really like the ninth hole. It's a reward, risk and reward for the long hitter as well. There's water on the left on your second shot. There's a bunker front, and if you overhit the green, it's a very narrow green as well. That bunker shot coming from over the green. So it's how you want a par five to be. It's an ideal risk and reward. Even for the long hitter, if you're going for it, you have to execute it well. Otherwise, you could find yourself in thick soup.
I think to play well at ITC, you need to be a good bunker shot player. Your bunker shots, you're going to find them more on the par 5 than anything else. Not on the par 4 as such, because they've always very well protected by bunkers. That's what Nicholas used to believe in. And if you're a good bunker shot player, you can most of the time you start taking on that 9th hole because that front left bunker is deep and you don't want to be inside that, right? So you start taking that hole on unnecessarily.
Oh, that's an unfortunate miss for Yashas.
That was
there.
a really short look at birdie by Yashas at number 8. He's 1 under today so far, so he stays at that score and a total of 7 under. Really good aerial view of the Classic Golf and Country Club with the Grand Bharat Hotel.
Yeah, definitely a sight for sore eyes. We've played junior golf and amateur golf, and there are a lot of memories that are tied to these places.
I remember that first time I went to play there, they had this. I don't know. So where the clubhouse is now, there used to be a big water tank,
Yes.
and we used to get your FNB there, and where they've taken their head club and everything. That Shatranj area used to be the main clubhouse, and from those times to where it is now, it's almost like you don't recognize the place. As the golf course is the same,
Yeah.
it's the same design, everything is the same, but everything around it has become so majestic.
Yeah, and also, there's a it's a very important part of our life that has been played out on these golf courses. The clubhouses. You remember the rain delays, the players sitting there. Maybe like there are documentaries on PGA Tour. Maybe there could be one here which could
We
take
should
you back to the years
we used to, I remember one year that we were playing at the Classic, and there was a fog delay. We couldn't finish. Drove back all. I live on the other side of the world in Noida, so drove back to Noida. Just about slept. Got back into my car. Drove all the way back to Classic to finish my second round and start my third round. And then there was again a delay, and we did that the next day as well. So I didn't know if I was coming and going or which round I was playing. I just used to stand on the tee and play the hole. So literally lost track of which round I was playing or the time of day. So it was. I remember it was such a tiring week. At the end of the week, I said, "When is this week getting over?" And then when the week got over, there was a pro-am to play the next morning. And I'm like, can I come get out of this somehow? And then you can't.
Well, obviously, we know that's why we really like the pro-ams when they before the event. By the end, the players are a little tired. And talking about good players, this is a man. Fantastic ball striker, really good player. Aman Raj, feisty character.
Yeah, I've played golf with his dad actually, Shashi Raj. The first tournament I ever went to play in Amritsar, he had come to play with another good player from Patna, Roshan Saran. Both of them were there. So I probably he wasn't thought about that time. It was 1990, 91.
Yeah, that probably would have been before Raman Raj's existence.
Yes, no, he wasn't thought about. That's what I said.
That's another big drive here. I think that's Arjun, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, if you hit a good one and you get the downslope, if you carry it on top of the plateau, which is the crest, and then you get that extra 15.
And Arjun has that really flat, piercing ball flight. So he's probably going to get a lot more roll here.
Yeah, in live feed 2, we have Abhijit Singh Chadha. He's left himself. This is the ninth hole, par 5. The pin is in the back. So I'm not sure whether that's his second shot. If it is, that's incredible. The pin on the ninth is 27 paces in from the front and 8 from the left. Testing pin position to get close in 2, that is. The third shot, I think
it's a pretty...
Yeah, it's wider at the back
Yeah.
as far as the green is concerned. But for the second shot, it's more challenging if we were going for it in 2.
I would think this is another pin position which is on the easier side because maybe majority of the field, I would say 90% will be laying up. Maybe only 10% will be trying to go for the green in 2, especially where the flag is. And for your third shot, this is pretty easy. It's a wide area and it's beyond that little hump.
The narrowest part is the front actually.
Yeah.
So if you're going in 2, the front is the easiest. If you and not the easiest if you're laying it up.
Exactly.
And vice versa as far as the back pin position is concerned.
But
That big
the
guy.
course record here is 10 under. I would have thought that it would have been deeper, given the fact that this does give opportunity for players to make a lot of birdies.
I think I've shot 64 once. Yeah. It was when I was on a roll. I was running. I wanted more. I wanted to play more holes because I was playing that good. By the way, I was listening to a really nice interview from the world number 1 Scotty Scheffler, and somebody told him in the interview that Colin Morikawa was playing with him in the final round, and he says, Colin says that you were hitting it so much further, and it was difficult to compete with someone who's hitting it so much further. He said that Augusta, the fairways are wider than the PGA Tour at an average. So he says, the wider fairways and they're tight targets. So I was actually trying to hit the ball further on this event because I knew I would hit the fairway. Now I'm not just trying to hit the fairway. I know I can hit the fairway. I'm hitting it further. So the level is different. Players who are trying to hit the fairway, and Scotty says, fairway, I'm definitely hitting. I have to hit it further to get closer to the spin because the greens are fast and hard and tough to get close to. So can you see where the one player is and where the other player is as far as confidence goes in their ability? So that's probably that happens to everybody once in a while. When you're hitting it really well, you go faster, harder at it. You hit it further. You have shorter clubs in and find then you realize, okay, this is also, I am actually capable of this, and that situation led you to that. So when you're on song and you just discover your new limits, I would say.
Yeah, when you're on song, everything seems really easy. As Arjun, after his approach, leaving it a little short, he should break a little from his right to left. Yeah, he's got it. Well done.
Yeah, he's that pumped it up a bit. Yeah, that narrow miss on number 5 earlier.
And our update on the first day leader, Maniram, is now 1 over for the day. So seems like he spent all the rocket fuel on day one. Now he's just running on fumes. So he needs to find some of that Midas touch that got in that deep round.
I think what happens is when you have a really good round, the next round you're comparing yourself to the round before. Oh, I was this, and that just takes you away from that mindset that you had in the first round of being in the present moment, sticking to what you had in front of you and dealing with it and not thinking about. So a good round generally is, it's tough to have a follow a good round with an even better round.
Absolutely. Where we have the bigger bag, the staff bag, as they say, a caddy's nightmare. We remember from good old days, a heavy bag to lug around for 18 holes. I'll look at hole number 6. Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal still leading the tournament. And for those of you who are joining us right now, like to tell you we're live at the Gurgaon Open 2024, powered by Amrutanjan. The tournament is being played at Classic Golf and Country Club, offering a prize fund of 1 crore. Your leader currently is Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, based out of Chandigarh, journeyman professional, as finally seems to be getting his due, leading a tournament probably for the first time to my memory after 3 days playing in the leader group. So it's uncharted waters. He's a winner though, almost 26 years ago when he turned professional. So there's a lot of time that has elapsed between now and then, but seems like he's rolling back the years. And then following him is M. Dharma from Bengaluru, and another legend, Mukesh Kumar, all of 58 years, 125 victories under his belt. So he's definitely the heavyweight of Indian golf. Prakhar Osawa, youngster at 9 under par. So it's a good mix this week, is the leaderboard. You're seeing a mix of youth and experience. Sachin Biswal, winner onto Arjun Prasad, another youngster based out of Gurugram. Sanit Bishnoi, winner based out of Gurugram. Sarthak Chibbar, Rahil Ganji, the legend from Kolkata. Kalin Joshi, Yashas Chandra from Mysuru, Tapi Ghai. So a good mix. Udyan Mane, the Olympian. That's something that never goes away. It's an epaulet that you can always keep. It's at 7 under par for the tournament is Udyan. And Indian Open champion C. Muniappa, Chinnaswamy Muniappa at 6 under par. Gaurav Pratap Singh with 2 victories on the PGTI is at 5 under par, having a good consistent year. Followed by Ankur Chadda, tied alongside Badal Hussain, MD Sanju, Divyanshu Bajaj from Kolkata. Varun Parekh, the winner at the Couple Dev Grant Thornton Invitational in 2022. Long hitter, also at 5 under par. Seemed to have lost his way last year, was struggling, but having a good. Make for a beautiful sight. For all the golf lovers, you would definitely say that this is where you need to be heading to.
Yeah, it's a good design, whole design. I like it. It with this increased distance that you're getting now, it becomes very narrow where you hit your tee shot. It's probably the narrowest fairway to hit on at Classic Golf and Country Club, and then like we discussed earlier, it's an elevated target. It's tougher to get close to this pin in two, but easier in if you make it a three-shot hole.
Like,
So you don't want to miss this one just into the left bunker.
yes,
You
that's
don't
a
want
very,
that long bunker shot.
yeah, that's a nightmarish bunker shot,
Yeah.
50 yards.
So
and-
if you are not getting home comfortably, you rather hit it out and shot to the right. Take the club, hit it where your shafts is coming from. That would be where you want to hit your second shot to, and then play it up, roll it up. You could. It's the green opens up. It's a very straightforward pitch from there. And if you can carry it all the way and get it to stop, then go for it.
Rashid Khan, having a rather benign week as well. 2 under par for the tournament. He still has 9 holes to go today. Let's see if he can turn it on his back 9, which would be the front 9 for the golf course.
Yeah, you can see very straightforward. Pitch. May have underhit it a bit or not.
Not quite certain where that has ended up. Maybe past the pin.
Yeah, just released on him. It looked like he was not very happy with the contact he made with it.
Sachin, yeah, also opting to go with a lofted club shows you that he wants to negate that ridge in between. Otherwise, a
Yeah,
lot many players might have
there's
opted for the putter.
so many calculations to be made. Okay, this that up and down again like a roller coaster. This green is. So if you're pitching it, and okay, I'll just pitch it past this,
But
and
he
then
required good control to flight it and pitch it at the yardage. It's not the easiest to.
this decision is quite easy to make. But can I? My worst chip is if it's better than my worst putt, then it's my chip, whichever.
Let's have
Yeah.
a look how high he hoiks this one up. Might want to carry it maybe about just about 10 yards short. Pitched it
Oh,
too
he's too
short there.
short. Yeah, he's just
Hit it in that bank.
he chilly dipped that one. Oh,
Yeah, that is sometimes when you plan too much, then you can't quite execute. Maybe one of those times, and it's a difficult shot. As I was saying, when you need to fly it up all the way, it's not that easy. You need to be a very good short game player with that high, soft shot, something that Mukesh has.
Mukesh would have hit it stiff from there. He's really good at this particular length. That is how he scores, and he scored all his life. I remember one year that he played. He was, I think, 200 and something under par for the whole every round that he played that year. He was more than 200 under par. That shows you that, and he's very average off the tee distance wise. So I am Dharma catching up with Rajiv right now. He's 11 under, 2 under today, and Mukesh is 4 under and 10 under today total today. So Rajiv is holding ground, but the pursuers are inching closer to him. And Sarthak Chibber is having a splendid third round. He's 6 under after 12 holes, 9 under for the tournament. So we bring update our viewers on the leaderboard.
We'd like to correct one of the mistakes that we made previously. We thought that Angad has actually missed the cut, and that was erroneous on our part. He's in fact very much in the fray. He's at one under par for the tournament. Angad, my apologies to you. I seem to have made a mistake.
We're used to seeing you on top of the leaderboard, my friend. So if we don't see you on top, we presume you're not there.
So for all your friends, well-wishers, and your followers and fans, you're very much in it, and you're in 44th position at one under par.
It shows the depth of Indian golf. Under par is just about in the top 50.
Rajiv still holds on to that slender lead.
Yeah, it's early days now, but he's going to have a few scoring opportunities coming up in 9 and 10. They're very, very, the scoring average on those holes is relatively lower. So let's hope he
Yeah,
can.
9, 10, 12, 14, 15.
Yeah,
There's
those are
some
the
good-
goals that you and 18.
18, yeah.
as well. You get a good one, and you can get home into.
18 is playing headwind when I played, so it's but I was able to hit like two really good drives and get to about 5 yards of the greens. Drive a 3 wood, so I'm thinking maybe he should be able to get there as well.
If he'll get it within 50, 60. At least it's got 50, 60 yards only. He's not got 100 yards coming in. But maybe 100 yards is a better range. But Rajiv, straightforward chip, he's left it ruefully short. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I had a sort of weird gesticulation after hitting that shot. Not quite certain what. Yeah, that by the way, that rough over there is probably one of the few instances on the golf course where it's thick and it grows against you. So it's a very difficult shot. I was in the same place. Very very difficult. Ball sits down and it's growing into you. So you do well just to get clean contact on the ball from there. So that's probably one of the places that you don't want to miss it. It's short and left on this hole.
Yashas birding number 9. It's 1 under so far, so that'll take him to 2 under and 8 under for the tournament. Our leader in a spot of bother here on number 8. He's got his work cut out for par. 10 feet left after a bit of a scruffy chip, I would say. Sachin would have liked this for birdie instead of par. He was on the front of the green, didn't have the best of chips, came up short. I'm sure he's not very happy with. He would have loved to come up with the lower score out there. He was positioned well for it. Rahil having a good day as well. He's 3 under today, 7 under for the tournament. And Prakar Saba with his par putt.
Yeah, we saw him going on either side from that bunker.
Dharma's on his hands and knees, begging for it to go in. Sorry, he's reading the line and making sure that he reads it correctly.
Quite a few eagles here on hole number 18. An eagle by Jamal and Harinder Gupta as well.
They're not the longest, by the way.
Yeah. Both of them are medium length hitters.
Yeah.
Harinder may be a little longer than Jamal and a better ball striker. And has got a better hit on the ball.
Yeah, he's got a big strike on it, yes.
He's got a pretty good left to right strike, compresses the ball.
Never once, when you watch Jamal hit a ball or hit a putt, you think he's missed it.
That tricky short putt.
Low view of the line did not give him the exact picture. Misread it a bit. Sanit with his par putt on number 8. And our leader will drop his first stroke for today. That bogey on number 8 will drop him down back to 11 under where he started, and in a tie with Dharma. Tournament director Sampath Chari comfortably cruising in his golf cart.
It has been around for quite a while and really liked by all the players. As you have a look at hole number 9, now that's a big drive of the tee.
Yeah, but not the best side to come from. He's in the first cut. Like you said, you're getting a few flyers. And that pin is front left.
Seemed like a very easy swing. I'm not quite certain if he went for it or. No, don't think he would have laid up from there.
This is number 9. Sorry, I got mixed up between number 8. Very similar fairway.
Yeah, this is number 9.
So he's laid it up. You can see that he's went out to the right. From that lie, he couldn't get it to stop if he came over the bunker. It wouldn't stop. It wouldn't hold the putting surface, and the outer bounce is really close to the back on number 8 or number 9.
That road is out of bounds?
Yes. So, you carry that and you can't get it to stop. And, from coming from the first, from that rough, you won't get any spin when it hits the surface. So, probably the only choice. The lie determined the action. Good 3-ball. Probably the lowest average age. No, Mukesh has made up for everything. The total of their age might not be able to wouldn't be equal to Mukesh's
Yeah.
age, right? Yeah. If you add Arjun's age and Tappy's age, they might come up short to Mukesh Kumar. So, and Mukesh finds himself just one shot back. He's 4 under today, Shaurya. You can see his stride. He knows he's been in this position so many times. He knows how to plod his way from here.
Yeah, and he's also being able to execute. And this golf course is uh, lucky for him, not that demanding in
And
terms of.
he's missed it exact. That bunker, if was in the bunker, that would be such a tough bunker shot. His bunker shots are phenomenal, by the way.
But that would still be a very difficult
No,
shot.
you watch him play this chip. He is not just looking at. He's going to look at the line. It will sniff the hole.
But this is a difficult one. I mean, he has a sort of a tricky lie. It's going to be suspended up in the rough, and it'll come out a little hot. So, not the easiest shot, Samit. I think that this would be interesting to watch what kind of shot he employs from here.
He's he's definitely sniffing the hole. I can tell you. I know this. He loves this. This particular kind of chip where he does not. When he knows that the
But see,
ball.
he's got the yardage book out, and he's doing his preparation.
Yeah, he's checking the line. I'm telling you, he's not checking whether it's going to come up close. He's seeing how the ball is going to react when it hits the putting surface. So I've played with him so much. I know exactly how his brain is working right now.
So other players would be just thinking of maybe getting within 10 feet from here and getting good contact. But he's thinking one level further. He's thinking about the
line. Because from that surface, the ball's sitting up. So he's going to get really good contact. That's for sure. So now he knows he's not going to get too much spin. So it's even easier to judge how the ball is going to react when it hits the surface. Because when it's spinning, when the ball's dancing, it's not rolling.
Let's see how he does.
Yes, watch this. Set it out to the right a bit. He must have
A little aggressive. Came out a little aggressive, I feel. But
yeah.
if you look at it, he's still on the correct level, 15 feet.
He'd rather have this one coming
Than
back.
leaving it short.
Yeah. Because this pin is just over the ridge.
This will be an interesting shot to watch.
Yeah, laid it up to perfection though. It's coming right up the throat of the green. I've seen a lot of people come up short.
Yeah, it's a difficult shot because if you give it too much steam, then it sort of gets to the back edge. But I would think you'd rather be there than leave it here. It's almost. Yeah. It's very difficult to hold this.
It first goes left to right, then goes right to left. It's a double breaker from there that Tappy has left for birdie on number 9.
Arjun Prasad now out of the bunker. I have a feeling that he might be the best of the lot with that bunker shot. It's closer to the face, so a little easier.
At least we can put some air time on it, get it to land softer.
It has become so much more difficult if you're just in the bunker. If you have a little bit more bunker to carry, I don't know. Visually, it becomes a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Why is that? If you're near the front wall of a bunker, it sort of becomes easier because you're able to hit higher. Or
the visualization process becomes easy. Now you know the choice you have. It's high and soft. Out there, you're thinking low, medium, high. You have so much choice out there. You can see it's just bladed a bit. Just a little less sand between the club face and the ball. Come out a bit hot.
And he's gonna have his work cut out for par, it seems. Maybe their layups actually were not that good if you look at it. They were in no man's land, so as to speak.
Tappy's was really straightforward.
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? Amrutanjan Electro Plus. जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन. इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं.
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस. थकान वाली प्यास के लिए.
If I want to I'll give it a chance. I definitely won't leave it short. It's the easier putt from back there. He's seen everything, and he's left himself a relatively easy. Though he would love to have it closer though, but it's pretty straightforward putt. And Tappy's got probably more than Arjun has left for being on the green. Tappy is even par today. He would love to see himself go into red numbers. If you're not in red numbers today, you're losing a stroke or two to the field.
What
And
a
really
brilliant
good
putt.
putt there by Tappy. So, you know,
He's very nonchalant. Would
easy
make a
easy up and down.
Yeah, he would make a perfect poker player. He doesn't really give you anything, especially with the shades on and the beard. He's really not too emotive. Is Tappy?
And emotions is not a trait that you need to have to be a good golfer. You need to have a much more neutral, no emotional roller coasters.
We spoke about the tour partners previously. We also like to mention another one of the important tour partners, Rolex. The privileged association between Rolex and golf dates back to 1967, when Arnold Palmer became the Rolex testimony. The charismatic American, one of golf's big three, contributed to popularizing golf and giving it a worldwide dimension. So, golf and Rolex really go back in time
Yeah,
as
they've
Arjun taking
been
out the putter from there. That seems to be the prudent choice.
and bounce up, so it's fine.
Oh,
Give
that's
it
a
a
good
good
putt.
try.
We're just about running it by 3.5 feet. We'll have a tester coming back.
Yeah, he had a good look at the line. Tappy gave him a good read on that. So coming back to the big three for the largest time was Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus, and Gary Player. But for a brief moment in history, PG Sethi was in part of the big three. Billu Sethi. He was referred to as part of the big three. There's Arnold Palmer, Jack Nicklaus, and PG Sethi for a while. And then he was replaced by Gary Player. PG Sethi was the first Indian to win the Indian Open and the only amateur to win the Indian Open in 1965. It was. He won it at Royal Calcutta. He beat Peter Thompson. Actually, Peter Thompson didn't come second. Also, he came third. And Peter Thompson is a five-time winner of the Open Championship. So Mukesh wouldn't be very happy with that. He was probably feels like he's left one out there. Arjun with a little bit of more work than he would have desired on a par five, which is reachable. 3.5 feet left for his par. He's made a
Making bogey from here would really feel like a gut punch.
he's made a good putt on the last holes. I think he's feeling good about his putting right now.
I think often the gap between a good player and somebody who can't quite handle himself is how you deal with an adversity like this. You are near the green in two, and if you end up making bogey, that would really hurt. But should be able to make this putt for the chip, breaking from left to right. This is uphill. The right edge firm should do it.
Absolutely. That's my read too. And you can see, golf is confidence is such a big thing in golf. He's just made a really good putt on number 8 for birdie. And, moment that happens, you feel like you are going to read it correctly. You feel you're going to stroke it correctly, everything. So then putts, once you make a putt makes the putts to follow easier, and if you miss a small one, it has the same effect. As long as if you don't if you can if you can take ownership and say, okay, oh, I misread it, that it wasn't a bad putt, or I just hit it too hard, it actually got everything else correct. So then it won't affect you that much. This is the par 3 11th hole. It's a treacherous par 3. Probably one of the toughest par 3s we play on tour. And it's a top left pin. Sure, yes, sure. It's that pin
Yeah,
that we're
this
talking
is going to
about.
be fun to watch.
Yeah, this one moves so much from right to left, this putt. It's a lot of break in that putt. Just hit it too firm. Probably had the right line, but not the speed. Avijit Chadha is one of the few players with the staff bag. It's poor caddy.
Really earning his bread today.
Yeah. In this heat and this that weighs a few extra. I think it must be like 25 kgs, the bag.
About 20.
Yeah. There's a few bottles of water in it. Yeah. I would say 25 at the end. I've caddied for my friend Jyoti, who had one of the staff bags, and I can tell you, it's tough to keep up with the player. It is.
Unless the player is somebody like me.
Jyoti wasn't the fastest either.
Then you'd enjoy.
He wasn't the fastest either. But then the other players you're playing with, I think I carried for him at the HSBC, which is in Sheshan in China, and everybody else was so fast. I remember he's one hole, he's holding his finish, he's watching the ball fall, and the other person playing in a group is already hit. He hasn't even waited for his ball to land on the green. They're that.
The international players are really quick.
And I realized that their decision making, and they come so well prepared, and the decision making is really quick. We generally try to second guess ourselves a little more.
Good part right there.
Yeah, Mohammad Azhar there. Yeah, hitting. I would presume that was for par, because that pin is so difficult to get close to. Have we seen any birdies on number 11 so far today? Let's have a look, Shaurya.
Yeah, just a minute.
What would you say?
We've seen a few actually.
On 11?
On 11, Sarthak Chibar, Yash Majumdar. And you also have quite a few actually. Badal Hussain, Himmat Singh Rai, making birdies on 11 and 10. They also have Dhruv Sharon. Yeah, surprising that there's so many birdies here as we go back to hole number 9. Familiar territory for the players, seems like that place.
That is not a place to be hitting your third shot from. Probably a an errand.
But the ball seems to be sitting outside the bunker.
Probably he's lucky that it's sitting outside the bunker. He can go at it, From that, it would have been a really uncomfortable bunker shot. One of the toughest shots in golf is a 40-yard bunker shot, and that's probably that's what we have there.
Anywhere, I would think 40 is still manageable. I would think 70 yard is really bad.
70 yards, you just hit it clean. You can't splash it out. 40 yards, you're thinking whether should I hit it clean or should I splash it out. And you can see if Sanit wants to know the line, he can quickly run up to Tappy and ask him, because he holds the same putt from there. But that's not allowed. I'm not sure whether our co-leader Rajiv is there with his second shot or not, but it seems to be quite far if it was his third shot, right?
Yeah, I think he might be there in 2. Maybe a driver and a 3 would have gotten him there, unless he ran into some trouble.
Yashas Chandra MS with his tee shot on the long par 3 11. Probably a 4-iron, 3-iron, something like that.
Probably a 4-iron for him.
Perfect. Would be called for a high draw today. Pins on the top left. Started out in the middle. put a little bit of draw, let the wind do the rest for you.
That's a
And
good
let the
shot. That's a brilliant shot.
yeah. You can
Maybe not even a 4 iron, either long. It was a 5 iron, maybe.
if you're looping it in, yes, for then a 5 iron
Probably a
could make
5
it.
iron.
Yeah. There's not much wind today, Shaurya.
That's why we've seen quite a few birdies
Yeah,
here.
and there's a lot of low scores today. I don't think. Okay, let me see. Out of the top 30, no, but there's only one person who's over par. Mohammad Azhar. Everybody else is under par or par.
Yeah, really. And the worst score today is 3 over pars. It shows you that it's a different sort of day
Yeah,
altogether.
yeah, absolutely. Yesterday was so gusty and windy, and you saw some big numbers there yesterday. Some 5 overs and 4 overs, but none of that sort happening today. Very benign scoring conditions. It's Prakara Sava. It looks like
Keeper
he's.
really
Oh,
right.
yeah, it looks like he's hit it way right there.
Took off sideways almost.
It's got. He's just got stuck there and just let it out to the right. Sanit with his birdie putt on number 9. This one has a little bit of a double break on it. It moves a bit right initially and dives left at the end. So let's see if he's read this one. It looks like it's an easy read because we saw Tappy hole it from there a few moments ago as well. Rajiv has steamrolled his putt. He's hit it like 15 feet by. He was on the front of the green. He's got 15, 20 feet left. Which misjudged this. And then you can see that beautiful roll that Sanit put on the ball, hugging the putting surface throughout. Rajiv with his work cut out. He's in the front of the green and he's heavy-handed it almost over the back. Let's see if we can make amends to that. Coming up and out of it, not very sure of himself right now after hitting that one a fair bit past. He's babied that one a bit. Well, third person in this group, M. Dharma. This one turns considerably from right to left. We saw Mukesh misreading it a while ago. This would take him to the forefront at 12 under. If he were to make this putt, good part of 18 feet left. Looks like he's read it really well. And birdie takes Dharma to the front. He's at 12 under and he leads the tournament as of now. Rajiv has still left himself a little bit of world. He's been a bit of a few jittery strokes on this hole. Yeah, finishing it up. Rehearsing. We're not sure whether he was on the green in two or not, but three putting that hole. Sachin in the green side bunker on number 11. Good 20 yard bunker shot coming up. You'll have to fly it most of the way because this green is receptive from there. He's going to hit this bunker shot straight into the green. And Prakar, after that really errant tee shot on number 11, has his work cut out. He's got to keep it below the branches. And then this the terrain slopes drastically from right to left, so he has to pitch it just on the right edge of the screen. If he were to hit it close, you see he's taken the low route, and you can see this ball releasing left. Probably very well done from there. He's left himself a very makeable putt for par. Sachin with his bunker shot, having come up short with his tee shot. He's pitched it up all the way. Really good bunker shot from Sachin Basoya. Currently at 8 under, 2 under for today. Yashas, which might have looked so good in the air for him, just rolling over the back on number 11. With Kalu on the bag. Shaurya, you know a lot about Kalu as well, right?
Yeah,
No, when
he's very experienced caddy. He's been there with the best of the best.
I think he's been a caddy for. Hang on, he was my
Himmat.
first. He was my first caddy, by the way.
Also
And
been,
so I started in 1990. So that's 33 years of caddying. He was brand new caddy in 1990. We also used to call him head down because if somebody hit a bad shot, he says, "Sir, head down, Paco." So most caddies are also semi coaches.
going with the putter from just off the green. It's a sensible choice here this week.
It's really quick once it hits the putting surface. So he's judged it beautifully, actually. The shot finishing up there on number 11. We'll stay at 8 under, 2 under today. Prakar has hit a really nice chip from the trees on number 11. Shaurya, he was in a really tough spot there. He's rolled it up to 10 feet. Probably he couldn't have done it better than that. So let's see if we can make amends to that errant tee shot. This is a live feed 2, takes us to the short par 4 15th hole. Sarthak Chibber, who's having a great run today. He's 6 under with his birdie putt on number 15. Prakar Asawa with his par putt on number 11.
Dharma playing really well. Is leading the tournament now. 3 under for the front 9. Mukesh Kumar also coming along well. 4 under for the front 9.
Prakar narrowly missing his par on number 11. He was in the trees, so that would have been a great par if he had made it.
Maniram making a birdie on hole number 14, so he moves to even par for the day. So good on him. Is back to 3 under for the tournament. Let's see if he can make a birdie in the final 3 holes, and maybe shoot a low number tomorrow. You never know.
Yeah, if he can. So, what do you think the winning score is going to be, Shaurya?
I predicted somewhere between 15 and 20 under par, and it seems like that might be the number that it will be. Maybe
So
around
for
19.
9, 18, I would say, yeah, probably 15, 16, 17.
Yeah,
Yeah. So our leader is at 11 under right now. So,
12. M Dharma at 12 under par.
oh, wow, that was a birdie on number.
Ninth.
So Rajiv being overtaken by Dharma, and that is Mr. GPS. So we had this joke going on last year. GPS played KPS in a playoff.
Yeah, first look at Gaurav Pratap Singh. So the 12th, my apologies, is the 15th. It's pretty similar to the 12th. 12th is for the longer hitters, it's a drivable hole this week.
Yeah, if it's downwind, then definitely.
I was playing at qualifier, so Bhanu Pratap Singh managed to drive it on the green, center green.
Really?
Yeah.
That's good.
I found myself only 75 yards behind him. So that's the difference. If you are long, you can actually take the aggressive
Yeah,
line and
it's
hit that downhill.
he might not have been aiming there though. I don't think I've seen anybody aiming at the green. If they push it and it reaches the green,
Actually,
it's
no, for the
different.
longer hitters, it's possible because there's downhill near that tree. There's a tree, so you just hit it at that. And if you don't quite get it, then you land up in the green side trap on the left. But that's one of those holes
By
that
the way,
rewards the long hit.
I've seen Thongchai Jerry hit it out of bounds there over the green.
Hi guys, this is
I've heard of
Saurav
that.
Rathi, PGTA professional. Today I'm here at the beautiful Classic Golf and Country Club. I'm at the 11th hole, the signature hole of this golf course. So I'm standing with a 225 yard par 3. Today we can see the pin is tucked it on the left. So I'll try to aim it like 10 yards right of the flag and try to make birdie from there. So as we can see, the wind is from behind. I have the hole is playing about 215 to 220. The wind is helping, so I have a 5-iron in my hand. So as you can see that I missed it a little bit right, pushed it a bit, but that's not a bad place to hit on this. Like you'll get a whole idea of how the green works. So that's a good par. I think if you can walk away with a par on all 4 days, I think you'll gain a one stroke of the field on this hole.
Drives. It's only about 15 yards fairway. So if you miss it, although you're only there with a sandwich or lob it, so it makes it a little more difficult to get closer to the pin.
If it's a front left pin, this is a really tight pin. To get
Oh,
that
look at that
yard,
golf shot.
it's not going to hold the green.
Yeah, so
It's
that's
a-
what I was talking about.
it's
That
tight
slight
pin.
bit of rough, that first cut that has crept into the fairways.
Rajiv is probably would be better off if he can somehow get the ball to land between the the lip of the bunker and the green.
Rajiv is also getting it out there. He's hit it past Dharma's drive. So he's obviously swinging it well this week. Really hoiked that high. Let's see where that pitch is. Oh, it's judged to perfection. Really nicely done by him.
He's hit the green from there. It's such a tough shot to hold the putting surface from there. Normally, people would say, "Oh, front pin, easy pin," but in IDCs, sorry, the Classic Golf and Country Club. I keep saying IDC because this is what we call it. When we go, because the latter name is too long. So this is some of the pins in front actually much more challenging. Let's see what Mukesh has done on number 11, because it's not the hole that would suit his eye completely, right?
Show me the sunset. You make me happy. We wanna go there. It's beautiful. Let's go.
Magnite. Be celebrated with the big, bold, beautiful Nissan Magnite.
Foot from the hole.
Yeah, that was a good shot by him. Didn't really hold because I think he's again coming out of that intermediary cut. And now this isn't the easiest shot by any measure. It's not a given par from here. It's a little uphill to the green and then downhill. I think he'll end up opting to go with the putter. Very difficult to judge.
Very nice drone view. You can see the grain. It goes from back to front. You can see how the grass is a different green from this camera view. So he's going out with the putter as we had predicted.
Smart choice. It's quite difficult to actually try and make up and down with the sandwich from here. Now I should roll.
Put a little bit too much of gas in it.
See, as I said, it's not the easiest to make par from here. So that's it's a short hole, but it's a tricky pin position. This is a smart pin position. Not much green to work with at all.
Rajiv got a good idea of the speed from Dharma's putt. You see now that ball kept has gone that foot and a half further by than they might have expected it to. No, hasn't had the best putting hole on the last hole. He was in the front in two, almost putted it off the green at the back, and then he really came up and out of his putt like he's done on this hole. You see now he's out of it early. So, a little bit of nerves showing on the putting green as far as Rajiv is concerned. Sarthak Chibber has moved to 7 under today. He's 10 under in joint third position with Mukesh Kumar. Having a really good day today. It's the low round of the day so far. Another person who's having a great run today is Ujjain Mane. He's 6 under after 15 holes. He's going to finish up on the front, so he's got that easy ninth, 7th, 8th, 9th, easy stretch coming up. Sanat with his birdie putt on number 10. Currently 1 under, 9 under for the tournament. He must have thought he had that one. Narrowly missing there. Dharma's got his work cut out. You don't want to leave yourself too many of these leading the tournament. He's not got his usual caddying for him this week. Some 4-footers are tougher than others, and this would be in the tougher category when you're leading the tournament by one. You've just gone into the lead. You want to make sure you consolidate it, though you shouldn't be thinking of the result so much, but that's how the brain works at that point of time. Let's see how his nerves hold up.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
Really well done.
Well done, Dharma. That's Tappy on number 11. On the putting surface, good part of 50 feet left for birdie. And this one swings tremendously from right to left, and it's a little slow because it's up into the grain as well. And if you can get this to stop anywhere between 3 to 4 feet, would be a good putt. Let's see if he's judged it properly. Yes, maybe just outside his comfort zone there. Arjun, just off the putting surface as well. This putt is actually quite slow and it looks like it might turn from right to left but holds its line. It doesn't move that much. So people generally tend to misread it on the right, as Arjun. Mukesh Kumar has repaired probably more pitch marks than anybody else on this planet. He loves to find pitch marks on the green. He's As you can see, he's found another small one. That putter is at least 2 decades old. He's had that pink zing putter for a long time. It looks like everybody's got a tester coming up for par in the penultimate group. So I would say this one is about 3 inches right. And you got to keep the speed up because if it just lacks a little bit of speed, it'll dive left at the end. Maybe not 2 inches, 3 inches. 2 inches would be more like it. Happy for his par on 11. Oh, he read that to perfection. And Mukesh, a similar distance coming from the other direction. This one moves left to right, so probably same, but on the other side to about 2 inches left. FE2 has us on green number 16, the elevated green. Gaurav with his chip from over the back. Mukesh using the whole hole. Probably just took a little bit less line, but had the speed down correct. So finding the hole. Gaurav playing alongside Satak Chibber, who's having a really good run today. He's 7 under for the tournament. Sorry, 7 under for today, 10 under for the tournament. Arjun misreading that part a bit, giving it a little too much borrow from the right. We're bringing you live coverage of the third round of the Gurgaon Open 2024, powered by Amrutanjan. This is the inaugural Gurgaon Open from the beautiful classic golf and country club, Jack Nicklaus design. Sarthak on number 16. Really missing out. From looks of it, that was for birdie. Gaurav Pratap Singh having hit it over the green, left himself a little more work than he would have desired. His pet name is GP. His friend and my colleague
Gaurav
call him,
Pratap Singh.
call him
He's a
GP.
sheriff on his bike back in the day. I think he still has that Enfield. He used to have sheriff. Quite a tempestuous guy with the temper. He's one of those guys you want as your friend, you know.
He's very vocal about his feelings.
And he used to really. Let's have a look at this part first before I regale you with his stories.
Yeah,
That seems to have got it. Not like him, no legs.
Never up, never in.
So, his first car, I remember he had one of those older Tata cars, and I think he had the Indica. So, and believe you me, he had that music system which was massive and used to blast. He used to come to the golf course blasting gasoline.
His car didn't have a music system. His music system had a car.
Exactly, and he used to drive so fast. We used to be terrified driving.
And he had the sticker on his car. Also, remember, I don't
drive fast, I fly low.
Yeah, I remember that.
And he used to blast this song "Gasolina" by Daddy Yankee, and it was like he couldn't understand a thing about the lyrics. It was just sheriff was out on town. So, when early days.
It's funny, if you go to Southeast Asia and if you go to one of these hotels and they have a band singing and they sing all these really nice English songs, they actually memorize the songs. They don't actually speak English. They memorize the songs in English. They actually write it in their own language, memorize it in their own language, and they sing it. And you think they speak English, but they actually don't.
Well, that's pretty skillful of them, I must say.
I know a whole bunch of songs, not just one. Sarthak still at 7 under after narrowly missing his birdie on number 16. He's 10 under, 2 shots adrift of our leader M. Dharma. Rajiv still where he started at 11 under. He's got that tester coming up on number 11. It's a hole where, par is going to be a good score. If you make 4 pars and 11 in the tournament, you will make up strokes to the field. Though today has been a more subdued 11. We had a few birdies out there today. We've had probably half a dozen birdies there.
Yeah, it's quite talking about birdies. It's been a birdie feast all over the park. Sarthak Chibur with seems to be like 7 of them. Yeah.
Raji is at the center of the green.
He's really on song, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a demanding tee shot. He's not the longest, so it's probably in hybrid zone for him.
But this week I'm seeing like the 9th hole he was able to get there in 2. 10th hole his drive was beyond Dharma. He's definitely hitting it longer. Not just the conditions. He's actually picked up a little bit of length because the conditions are same even for Dharma, who's a good hitter, by the way. Dharma can carry that driver 275, 280.
Is it?
Yeah, Dharma can hit those long ones.
I was. I remember playing an Asian Tour event in Springfield. I think it was in Thailand, and I was playing with this really long hitter called Lam Chi Bing. And on the first hole, I hit my drive, and there were two drives lying on the fairway. So I thought mine would be the shorter one, right? Then actually it was his. And then on the next hole, it happened again. Then I suddenly realized that and my timing was on song. It's amazing how much further your timing is when you're swinging it well, how much further you can hit it because you know now you can hit the fairway, so you're trying to get a little more out of it because the
Wait, that's quite an underwhelming bunker shot by Dharma. Big splash. Took too much of the sand.
yeah, he's taken a little more out actually after that also.
But the good thing he'll get a
He's
read
going to take a
from
little more out after again. So he's emptying the bunker out.
yeah. He'll get a read from Sanit's part. So there's a silver lining to that dark cloud.
So this putt that Sanit has, it doesn't move that much. It's got these two grains, left to right and front to back. They almost negate each other. So it's more like a whatever you see is what you have. So probably a ball outside the right edge. What would you say? Maybe not actually. Even could be even straighter than that.
It's a little difficult read, but it's definitely turning from right to left.
Very marginally, because that grain that grows from left to right negates a lot of that slope on the green. So Sanit a bit waiting for the caddy to finish raking the bunker. Let's see if I get that read down, Shaurya. I can almost visualize this part. I've played on this golf
That
course so
seems to
much.
be one of those ping answer putters. We've not seen many of those. Is one of those with those inserts. Everybody seems to be going with those two ball sort of putters now, the mallet putters
You
with
can see how less it turns. It's almost straight
almost
from there.
breaking the other way towards
Yeah.
the end.
Now Dharma is Fox. He says that one went left to right. I had this one at right to left. So let me have another look at it. And Dharma has to aim it at least a ball and a half left of the hole. This one will definitely turn left to right. And it's slow as well. So he needs to have put enough pace on it to hold its line. Rajiv has a little bit of right to left in his putt. And that's his tee shot. It's an incredible tee shot. That's the closest we've seen this today. He's one of the few people you've seen putting with his glove on.
Yeah, cack-handed and really risky. That was
Yeah, a little bit of a
oh,
nudge at the end.
that was a handmade, homemade putting stroke. If I've
Samal
seen one.
Mola like.
Yeah,
Yeah. He got
more
a-
accentuated.
yeah, he had a little bit of excessive club head rotation through impact.
Yeah, but it works well. It's a good thing that his game seems really organized.
Yeah, he's solid. He hasn't made any mistakes except for he got stuck in that awkward position on number 8, which you were talking about. Whether it's one of the few places where it's overgrown the rough. Prakar, I think that's number 13 up the hill.
Oh, that's a good shot.
Yes.
The par four here, all the par fours are short. You're not really getting anything beyond maybe even an 8 iron, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
Not even 8 iron. If you think about only the 16th where you lay up.
So if you take the hazard on a bit,
A
not
bit. If you
yeah,
don't play it
yeah,
safe, then you can get an 8 iron. But if you flare it out to the right, then you're getting a 6 iron.
yeah. It's one of the only occasions, and the only times your mid irons are actually tested on the par threes. Like you'll hit a 7 on number 17, 7 or 8 on number 17. You'll hit a 4 or 5 on number 12, 11. Hit 6 or 7 on number
The
second hole. Then you hit a 9 on number, which is
8 or 9
yeah.
on. Okay.
So not so much of a mid iron test. Probably the par fives are the ones you might hit a few longer irons in.
for the longer hitters. I think like I played so this driver 3 wood on
This one is dead straight. Actually, it looks like it might turn right to left, but it doesn't.
yeah. There's nothing to this part. Like, can just pick it up and walk off with it. Metaphorically speaking,
He's given it a lot of thought, though. Probably
not as much as Mukesh. He would have been doing a thesis at this
Mukesh
point
has
in time.
that was, like I said earlier, Mukesh has repaired more pitch marks than any other golfer on this planet. Golfer, I'm not talking about caddy.
I think
So
the greenskeepers would love him.
yeah, he's a greenkeeper's delight when it comes to pitch marks on the green. And yeah, I remember on one of the golf courses, I read this quote said it was as you entering one of the greens says repair your pitch mark and one more. He believes in repair yours and five more. Let's take it. It's a good look at Sunit's chip.
Is in the family.
This is the group of Prakar Asawa, Sachin Basoya playing number 13, the par 4, left to right dog leg. Really good look at Prakar's putting stroke here.
Opting to keep the flag in, that's something that
Yeah.
I don't quite like, to be honest, especially on breaking putts. It kind of orients your
I only leave it inside when I'm really close and I'm too lazy to take it out.
or you're really far off.
Yeah, I'm really far off also.
Otherwise, you actually have two targets in a way. You have your line, and then the flag is sort of
Maybe if you want to look at it another way, it says, okay, don't hit it too firm. It's going to bounce back at you. Sachin. Also,
I
with
just find the flag rather obtrusive when you're putting from.
Sachin with a birdie putt as well. We just saw Prakar make birdie there on number 13. And 14th, his next hole is also a very birdie hole. This one moves a fair bit from right to left. Maybe a bit more than what you saw Prakar's ball turn. Yeah, he's read this to perfection as well. So a pair of birdies by Sachin and Prakar on number 13. Sachin with that birdie moves to 10 under. Just one shot in it now. Our leader Dharma making bogey on number 11 has now been joined by our overnight leader Rajiv. So we have a way tie on the top at 11 under between Dharma and Rajiv. Yashas with his birdie putt on number 13 now. He's seen two of his playing partners birdie this, so he's thinking I should not be left out of this party and just overreading it on the left. Looked like he was aiming exactly where that ball has gone. Didn't turn at all. Yasha's 3 under for today and 9 under for the tournament.
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ है, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होश ये
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा, झूम 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 बाबा।
Side hill lie, so it's not the easiest lie to hit a pitch from. On your screen is our updated leaderboard. You can see there's a two-way tie on top. Dharma and Rajiv are at 11 under. Then there's a pair at 10 under. That is Sarthak and Mukesh. And then you have a whole string of players at -9. Sachin, Yashas, Arjun, and Sanit. Low scoring week. Today has been a really low scoring day. There's only two scores over par in the top 30. Everybody's par or better. Otherwise, we're bringing you live coverage of the Gurgaon Open 2024, powered by Amrutanjan. That is on our screen is our first round leader Mani Ram playing the 18th hole, the par 5. Playing alongside Aman Raj. And it looks like our friend Sudhi Sharma is part of that group as well. So Mani Ram won't feel that short today.
Yeah, but Sudhir Sharma is still is a decent hitter.
We're talking about height.
Oh,
Average height of that 3 ball couldn't be more than 5'6". What would you say? Aman Raj. All really good players though. So
yeah.
you can see that height is not a big issue in as far as being a good golfer is concerned.
Yeah, stylish Aman Raj. Yeah, on hole number 18. Really gave that a good run. Now, this is a place where I often think like a player like Phil Mickelson might actually hit a flop shot, and it's so difficult to hit those high ones.
I don't think you would have hit a flop shot from there though, because probably it's downhill where you're landing the ball. Why would you take? The best lob would actually go pretty much where Aman Raj has finished his chip. I don't think it's worth the risk. I think he'll bump it into just like Aman might have missed his spot by maybe a foot or so. He took only one hop outside. If he had taken the second hop also outside the green, he would have taken up much closer. So we're probably just missing his landing mark by a foot there. Those are the margins as when it comes to pro golf. Sudhir Sharma having a good week after a really dismal week last week where he was completely out of sorts. The leaders are not doing much and the chasing pack are doing quite a lot. Sure, there's going to be a big pile up at around the 11, 12, under 10 to 12 under mark
Yeah,
at the end of today's play.
It's open season as far as this championship is concerned.
Come on, so they hit it.
Oh, you
Don't
see.
do that.
Incandescent. Not happy with that at all.
And that's now on our screen is our first round leader who with a score of 63, Mani Ram. Sachin has joined Mukesh and Sarthak at 10 under.
Oh,
Oh, he thought he had it actually. He was walking after it. Yeah, it was Kevin. He was doing the Kevin now.
that would have been a birdie putt for him. And so I think if he's made par on the other ones, he would shoot an even par. Not too bad. At least not moving backwards. These putters are really in now. With when I got myself one of these, and somehow you tend to putt better with them. The multi-compound shafts. Or maybe it's just psychological.
I got myself the Rolls Royce of putters yesterday. Had one lying. I didn't could not get a grip for it because they have a special weight for the grip, and my grip was not. I couldn't get one, so I finally asked someone to get someone from Germany when they were coming. So it's called.
Oh, missing it on the lower side. Flummoxed him a little bit.
It's Karamsky putter. It's German engineering at its finest. They're very particular about even the weight of the putter grip has to be theirs only.
Oh,
Yeah. So, uh, like, it's amazing. The ball comes out a little bit faster with it. I'm not sure the material they use, but the putter technology has become so good. The putters are so much more stable now, and they almost so when you have these big putters, what I always feel is when you have a drastic slope on the green, they're not sitting on the ground properly. That's my primary concern when I look at the design and somehow they managed to do that also.
okay.
Now, if you look at the size of the putter and you say if you're on a slope, it's like especially the side hill, where the ball is below your feet, right? You would presume that a putter which is that wide, the toe would be up, right? But it's not. It's the technology has become so good. You can see Mukesh has left himself a very very good look for birdie and on number 13.
Yeah, if you look at the leaderboard, it's just peppered with red. And
If you're not red, you'll feel like par feels like 2 over right now.
yeah, Sarthak Chibber on with the round of the day, 7 under par. He's trying to challenge Mani Ram's 9 under par earlier in the week. Rashid Khan, 3 under par for the day. Dhruv Sharon, 2 under par. Anshul Kabatyal, 3 under par.
Udian Mane 6 under. Yeah, good round by the big man. Rahil just getting a bit derailed in the back nine. He was 3 under after the first 6 holes. Then he's gone bird par bogey on the back nine. And he's got one back on number 15, but probably 2 under is the average score today. Tappy on number 13.
The ominous 13, Tappy just about leaving it short.
Well, everybody's giving themselves a really good look for
No,
at
there
birdie.
are 2 holes here, like the 12th and probably the 15th, for longer hitters where they can actually get around on the green. I think
Yeah.
Both are pretty equal.
But 15, the even if you're around the green, it's not easy. The pitch is tough. Both the
Yeah.
holes, the pitches are actually not easy. If you're on the green, then it's a putt, right? But
Yeah,
that's
I
the
mean, there
side.
has to be some level of
Yeah,
difficulty.
but
I mean,
they have this, they've got more.
yeah,
Those greens have more slope than the other greens
yes.
because they're shorter in length. So they're
But
it's
15th as well, if you, for all the players who are able to fly that bunker on the left, which is about 270 yards to
this
fly.
putter probably is older than some of the players playing in this field. Mukesh still using the Ping Zing ISO per insert putter.
It's
Have
a
you, do you remember
really
that
good
one?
product. Yes.
It's at least,
It's one
at,
of a kind.
yeah, it's at least 25 years old, at least. So there's some players on this field who are not 25 yet. Sarthak might be one of them.
Yeah. Really helps to put things in perspective. A lot of players would be thinking about senior tour, but here he is. He's still doing well.
Our friend Jyoti won the Legends Tour qualifying school.
Yeah, he's only a senior by name. I mean, if you look at him
Yeah.
and you look at even his physicality, his appearance, he really belies his age. He doesn't look at all his age.
His son is a replica of him. Look wise, mannerisms. He's this, that waggle he does.
And the ball striking, has it been passed on generation to generation? That innate
I
ball
don't think
striking ability.
Zoravar hits his Jyoti's son. I don't think he has the strength of his father, the physical strength. Yeah, he's a good boy though. He's got a very good head on his shoulders. He's doesn't
Oh,
he?
that's a good part right there, draining it.
Yeah, that's good birdie by Arjun after narrowly missing out on par on number 11.
I would think Jyoti is one of the best ball strikers ever that the country has produced. He's changed the game, like what Tiger did for golf. He's probably done for Indian golf in terms of ball striking. All of us used to be in awe and just trying to get a chance to watch him hit golf balls on the range. Used to, I mean, no other player that I can think of while learning the game. You would actually want to be on a range when he's hitting. Like Jyoti,
He
when he was
and
hitting, his caddy used to sit at a yardage, and caddy did not need to move.
he and Daniel Chopra. You don't know Daniel because he migrated. He became a Swedish citizen. But when I was a junior, Daniel played all his junior golf in India. And Daniel and Jyoti had a different sound and flight to the ball. There's much more compression on their shots. But coming back to Jyoti's son, he's a good boy though. He has no airs about himself. He has, and like Jyoti also. Jyoti's lost in his own world. He's king of his castle.
Sarthak Chibber. But coming back to that discussion about ball striking, like just being on a range and seeing such repeatability, I've never seen it. You've seen European Tour events, you've seen that, but it's in Jyoti in his prime. I'm not sure if there are any golfers in the world who had that kind of tight dispersion with long irons. Everything used to pitch on the bag. Like a 7 iron was probably in a circle of 5 yards.
Yeah, because Jyoti as a person, he's very consistent with his routines. You'll see ta 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 and then hit ta ta ta. You can almost time it. And if you know him as probably I know him better than you, he doesn't change thought very much. He's very consistent with his thought process, very consistent with his routine, very good with his rhythm. You'll see that his no matter if he's got his driver or his wedge.
Coming out a little under it, sort of came out a little bit, but that's all right. 10 feet. Is there anybody else who you can think of has like after that has that same quality, strike quality, and that repeatability and tight dispersion? I'm not sure if there are many good players, but as Sarthak Chipper coming up on 18, brilliant shot. There are players who can actually go lower, but is there anyone who has that level of striking on the Indian that you've seen all throughout? Like I can't think of one who has that consistent hit and that quality, how the ball came out and that dispersion, even with a 4 iron on a range that you can hit your caddy. Like the fact is, the litmus test is the caddy doesn't need to move.
G was good. G was also good. G when his prime, he had this. His caddy also barely moved. I remember watching him hit balls on the first fairway in Chandigarh off the dirt. They was basically hitting it from a really tight lie. He was hitting his 1 iron or 2 iron or something like that, and the caddy was picking it up, almost picking it up on the bounce. G was also very good. I can take, maybe Jyoti's ball had a little more climb on it, but the quality of strike of G was also really
And
good.
if you have to think of some of the younger players, has anybody shown that to you on a range? You've seen a lot of players that, because that is something that, they're good players, but if you see, that is the missing element, like somebody who can hit the ball that good, that consistent, with that sort of climb, that, that compression that he had, that ball used to take off like an airplane.
Well, if they come to my mind, I'll let you know. Right now, basically there mustn't be very many because
Yeah.
nobody's coming to my mind.
And neither to mine. Like
Yeah.
you have good players, but on a range, somebody you could not walk past and ignore him hitting golf balls.
The sound and the
The sound
flight.
and the way players would just, all of us, when we saw him, we just sit. And
I
try to
was
watch.
I was last week at a junior tournament in Thailand with a couple of my kids. I'd taken a few more kids out there, and at these tournaments, the smaller kids play a yardage according to their age, and so there's a boy at the age 9, I think. Guess what he shot for 18 holes? Take a guess, wild guess.
7-8 under bar.
He shot 16 under. His 3-round total was 32 under. 8 under, 16 under, 8 under.
Have a look here at hole number 18.
Yeah. There was a group of Gaurav Pratap Singh and Sarthak Chibbar playing alongside Akshay Dhamale on number 18. The par 5 finishing up. This is their last hole. This is the 7:52 tee time.
There was another good ball striker I saw only one time before he migrated to America. I'm sure your contemporary, Shivan Quatra. Back in the day, like, he used to be a very good iron striker. We saw him on the range a few
Not
times.
as an amateur. As a junior, yes. Well, as a sub-junior, yes. As a junior, maybe. But not as an amateur.
Okay.
He should hit really wild at the end. He was missing it sideways when he stopped playing competitively. He had big misses. So I know Shivan quite well. I traveled for a few tournaments with him.
Look at the southpaw on hole number 16.
So Dharma is birdied number 12 and he's moved back to 12 under. Rajiv is holding ground at 11 where he started. And Sachin has joined Rajiv at 11 under after birding 12, 13 and 14. So Sachin Basoya 5 under today, just a short adrift of our leader M Dharma, and Sarthak, which looks like he has birdied number 18, will join Sachin and Rajiv at 11 under. On your screen is Abhijit Singh Chadda playing number 15. I think Abhijit can actually drive this hole. He's probably the longest in the field.
Yes, it should not
He's
be too
just-
difficult for him, but would have to pitch it somewhere on the shoulder of that right bunker. I don't think
Yeah.
carry that right bunker. It's almost a 310, 15-yard fly, but pitch it there and should be able to get on. It'll be really interesting to watch drives on this hole. Dry conditions. You really enjoy, the golf course changes. Imagine playing this golf course in the monsoon. You can't do the same things then.
And I want to see this golf course with the rough up. US Open rough. I didn't know he'd shoot under par also. Because
I think golf courses should experiment with some of that.
but the thing is, Shaurya, the membership will lose golf balls.
Oh yes, yeah.
That 4.5 hour round will become 5 hours round. So lesser golfers will play also.
Yeah, that's a valid point.
Yeah.
And to grow the rough, you require at least a month, I would think.
At least with the correct season, the monsoon being the right season to grow the rough. So if you were to have a pro tournament right after the monsoons, ITC would be a different golf course altogether. But in this time of the year, sorry, um, they play the shortest lengthwise.
Some of the good scores out of the golf course. Sarthak Chibber going along really well, 7 under par. Udyan Mane finishing up in style with a 7 under par. Yash Majumdar 4 under par. Um, Jamal Hussain 4 under par. 3 under par for Sanjeev Kumar. Even par for Maniram. And lower down, you have Alap IL with a 2 under par today. As you have a look at hole number 13, our overnight leader, Mr. Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, seems to be in a spot of bother, opting to go with a sandwich.
Yeah, he has no other shot from there. He
Can't
needs.
punch this out?
No, it's too thick. The
But that would have been a good shot. Like, that's a good second shot. If you look at the proximity to hole, maybe just 12 feet, but it's sitting down.
He needs to actually land this on the fringe.
It's not easy to make par from here with that lie. What do you say?
Yeah, but
It's sitting down. And
Rajiv plays a lot of. He bets. Their betting rounds on normally is quite high. He's good at these shots.
But my question being, like, you would rather be 25 feet on the green than here?
Yes.
You would rather be like where
he's short-sided himself, which is he's missed it on the wrong side.
Yeah, I would rather take that putt than the chip, because even though it's about 30 feet, you're better off from there. From where Rajiv is sitting, it's you can actually duff it or hit it about good 10 feet.
You can very
past.
easily hit it 6 feet past. Very easily.
More.
And then,
I would think more, because it's nestled down. It can come out hot, or it can just stay there.
Or he can just have a bad contact with it and
just leave it there. Yeah.
4-5 feet short. So he's going to be really precise where he lands his ball and make sure he gets.
He's thinking more about the line. I think that's the least of his worries is how it's going to break. I think contact is.
I think he likes the way the ball is lying, so he might be able to land it on the green. Might.
Yeah, this is where I think these players sort of separate themselves from the other players. Longer hitters will never have the kind of touch here, I feel. It's a very difficult shot.
From the looks of it, he's going to land it short of the green. He's cleaning up. He's doing some gardening just short of the green.
Keep it on the back foot. Maybe open the club face and then make sure that you turn through. But it's so difficult to commit.
He's going to do it. He's going to take the club back and just drop the club onto the ball.
Let's see how he does.
And let the weight of the club do the work. So he's going to take it back. Just drop it on the ball. See that?
That's what I was saying. It's just an impossibly difficult shot. You'd rather be.
No, he just.
Because he's scared of going past.
Too short with the backswing. He's just too short. Yeah,
but in his defense, it's such a difficult shot. It's just that's what golf is. That second shot.
He almost double touched it, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he almost double touched it. Yeah.
And maybe you can't overthink these shots. Also, they're so difficult. Just accept whatever happens. Just stand and hit it, because it's very difficult to execute these. But you see, PGA Tour players, they're really good at these. Anirban Lahiri, I remember, now a live tour player. Seen him from around the greens, these kind of shots, just has magic in his hands.
I would actually take my lob wedge, open it up, and drop it on the green. I would take the fringe out of play completely. I wouldn't even think about dropping it on the fringe, because that's for me. I can't.
That's a putt.
Yeah, so you can.
Dharma is not thinking about any of that.
Yeah, he's seeing the hole is the size of a bucket right now. He's gone. He's just birdied 12 and 13, and he's coming up with a short par 5 14th. So you could see a hat trick coming up of birdies.
An update: Sarthak Chibber with an 8 under par to finish 11 under par. And that's the way that you climb up, make up lost ground.
Yeah. So Rajiv, this is to stay at 11 where he started, and stay in second position, tied with Sarthak and Sachin. He's got to start it.
That looks good. That looks good.
A bit too far.
Oh, that's just that broke the other way.
The grain is going from back to front, so that towards the end it goes the other. We saw another person have a similar result on this hole when I think Yashas.
Unfortunate
Yeah,
bogey for
Yashas
him. Yeah.
also overread that putt. He had the similar. He had that putt for birdie, what Rajiv had for par. And you can see this putt of Sachin's Sunit, sorry, will break quite a lot because he's got both the greens. He's going to accentuate it. So at least a ball and a half outside the right edge, I would say. Ball at least. Let's see if we can read this correctly. Put a good stroke on it. Yeah, you see how much it
Oh
turns
no, yeah,
because
unfortunate because that grain. So
yeah,
you
grain. It's a the grain accentuates that.
somebody else. I was just thinking about good strikes on the range. Is Ajitesh Sandhu. Of course, he doesn't have that similar bite or that hit, but he's very consistent. Like you see
It's
him on the range.
consistent, but that ball.
That yeah, the ball doesn't take off the same way, but.
He's
Gurbaz Man really impressive. Like you would see
but too
that.
wild.
But in his heyday, he would just tear the ball. It would have that same trajectory.
But you know
How?
what Gurbaz did coming out of his shoes, Jyoti did when staying inside his shoes, flight and distance. Is that sheer strength that he had. Rahil is good. Rahil is
Yeah,
good. Yeah, Rahil is good ball striker. He's consistent. He doesn't look like he does too much. It doesn't look like he's trying too much. You see this Yashas. I think he's got his power quotients well matched up in his swing. It doesn't look like he's putting in too much of
I think a
power.
telling sign is if a player is hitting drive and is able to hold his finish. I think that itself will tell you a lot. If a player can stay there and till the time the ball drops, that means that he's got everything worked out. It takes a lot to just hold your finish on a driver. And
Actually, our CEO Uttam Singh Mundi, he was a really good ball striker. As far as his dispersion goes, he was not the longest, but I think if he could chip better, he would have won so many tournaments.
yeah, he had also those
Yeah,
chipping niggles.
yeah,
I played a few rounds with him. I
he
remember,
couldn't
like
chip properly.
yeah.
That's about it.
He used to, if I remember, he used to have graphite shafted sandwich lob wedge.
He was at Hogan. Everything was graphite, but stiffer graphite. Really smooth swinger of the golf club. Not a hurry in his swing whatsoever at any point of time. So you didn't know if he's hitting a wedge or a driver.
Such a non-hole number 15 seems to have got the right line. Just a little bit more steam.
Oh
Oh,
my God, that was so close from going in.
that's Heartbreak Hotel right there.
Well, he's got a good round going. He's 5 under today, 11 under for the tournament, and he's 2 shots back after Dharma birdie number 13. So Rajiv taking a step backwards. He's 1 over today now. After both his bogeys have been from short siding himself, and
Yeah,
actually not too far from the hole.
and the eighth you can still say wasn't a good second shot to miss it there, but this was a good shot. Just unfortunate for it to probably not trickle back and it nestled down as well. But that's golf. It's rubber the green. You get some and then you lose some.
And he's got that short, high, like excessive acceleration chipping action, and not the action you want for tight chips.
Yeah, it's very risky. This is
Not just he. There's a lot of change in acceleration as from backswing to downswing. When you do that, you generally it's like if I give you a ball and say, okay, with a short acceleration, try to stop it close. You will not be able to roll it close. Whereas if I give you something with slightly slower and longer, you would be able to.
you think Yashas would have gone to school on that part, would have learned a lot on how this is going to break.
This is going to break a lot actually. This at least 6 inches to outside the right edge.
But very makeable.
Yeah, at least 6, and it's slow. It's
Yeah,
up the
again,
hill into
he
the green.
underread it. It'll be interesting to note where those drives come up for the group behind.
Mukesh is, I know, he's going to play to the right plateau on the right.
It looks like he's on the tee. You can see he's That's a fair observation.
Rahul sporting a mustache also now. Sporting a whoop band tells you your that's it's a really good tool for sportsmen. Tells you a lot about what's going on inside as far as your recovery is concerned. So many tools available now to up your game. This is the par 4 16th hole. The pin in the extreme right front corner. Avijit Singh Chadda, really good approach into number 16. He's 3 under today, 8 under for the tournament. 5 shots back of our leader, M. Dharma. Dharma on a tear. He's just birdie 12 and 13. So he's got another very easy birdie hole coming up in the par 5 14th. 14th.
Oh, that's a good bunker shot right there.
That's a deep bunker actually. You just see the top of the flag in case you go and get inside it. But over the years, actually, the bunkers come up a bit. Shaurya. The other day I was playing out there and it didn't look as deep as it used to look earlier.
I think that's happened to a lot of the golf courses. Even Golden, if you see a lot of the bunkers which used to be deep, maybe over the years, the level of the sand keeps climbing up.
Yeah.
I think that might be it because unless they totally empty out the sand, they just put another layer on top of it. So makes life a little easier for the players.
Mohammad Asar. This is chip on 16.
Had a good outing here in the Challenge Tour event also, if I remember correctly, Mohammad Azhar. That's a good chip.
Yeah.
He was probably the top ranked Indian after a couple of rounds, if I remember. He's playing pretty well in this event.
I think we might have been. See who's Rajiv is probably the only person over par in the top 20 right now. He's one over after bogeying the 13th hole, which we saw a short while ago.
So just having a look at how Mohammad Azhar played at the Challenge Tour event here. He shot even par 6 under, 1 over even par, 5 under for 53rd position. So after the 2 days, I remember he was doing really well. Didn't quite carry on that form for the weekend. The winning score was 20 under for that event.
Yeah, it was closely fought. There's a couple of them at 19 as well, right?
Yeah, unfortunate miss for Abhijit Chadda.
Yeah, that was the closest we've seen anybody come on number
That's
16.
a difficult flag.
Yeah.
All the way, you have to really push it out to the right and carry the bunker.
Chedda can hit it He has long irons high as well, which is
Yeah, he's really
yes.
impressive with the long iron. Him and Veer Alawat also really takes those, that three iron really takes off. Another player that comes to mind, not on tour now, but teaching in Canada, Mandev Thania. He used to have a blistering hit with the three iron, two iron, able to hit that high compression. Very few players have that ability to hit those long, compressed three irons. Azhar unfortunately missing out.
Yeah, yeah. The one of the traits to play to scoring well in big tournaments is hitting high long irons because you're gonna have pins in corners, and if you can't bring it in high, you can't get it to stop.
Here's a look at your updated leaderboard.
So you can see Rajiva Oval Night Leader dropping a stroke to par today, whereas Dhanma is 4 under. He started at 9, and yeah, Sarthak who shot 64. He's jumped up 16 spots into joint second alongside Sachin and Mukesh. Mukesh birding number 14. That's like we just discussed. He had the honor on 15, so we were presuming that he's birdied, and he had done so. Yashas 3 under, 9 under for the tournament. Mohammad Akbar Hussain 4 under, 9 under for the tournament. Prakar Asawa 3 under, 9 under for the tournament. So the chasers are right up there. Then they're biting on the heels. Abhijit Chadda 3 under, 8 under for the tournament. Kalin also 8 under. Sanit 8 under. Even par today though.
This is going to be a keenly contested tournament. This Pac 9 will really matter tomorrow. As you have a look at this group walking up,
Arjun Prasad, Tapi Ghai playing alongside Mukesh. Mukesh having hit it just over the back. This is his bread and butter chip coming up, Shaurya.
yeah, it'll be interesting to watch. Obviously, his technique is a lot more sound as compared to Rajiv. And similar shots, although this is a lot easier. It's not really sitting
this
down.
is a length of chip he practices a lot. I've known him for years now. He practices these short chips a lot, and he actually hits them like it comes out soft. It's not got excessive spin on it. Soft landing and a soft roll out of that.
Overcooked his approach shot. Was he here in one?
Yeah, no. It's 400 yards from the tee box. Couldn't be here in one.
That's a good shot, though.
Yeah.
That's a really nice shot. That's a touch of class right there. Very difficult shot to execute, and he did that really well, though.
It's surprising. It's such a short hole, and nobody's hit the green in regulation.
He's probably attacking the flag.
The downside is if you don't carry the ball over the shoulder of the bunker on the right, you hit it left, and from there you're hitting it from a downhill.
You want to tell our viewers a little bit how to hit that shot? That's just a fancy shot to have in your repertoire.
He's opened up the club face. He's basically used loft to his advantage, and he's released it early. And body did a lot of the work it should be doing. You don't want to be too armsy, but once you pick it up and you've got it on the right path, you need to release it early and get the body to move along with it, so that you keep the club doesn't shut down through impact.
Now it's a different kind of shot that Mukesh would be trying to hit.
He's gonna pitch and roll this. He's gonna roll up the ball, and again a bit short on the backswing.
But a good shot.
Yeah.
He has. It didn't look too clean.
He's always played it like this. It looks scruffy, but it comes up. He delivers the goods. Pretty much like his short putts.
Yeah, I think similar. There's a similar sort of energy around
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
short and excessive acceleration. But he's done that all his life. He's I don't ever seen him doing anything different. So this one is pretty straightforward. Also, maybe he just got a little bit of grass between the club face and the ball, so he's come up a bit short.
I think the important thing is that he accelerates, even though shots. That's why he hits it close. He doesn't decelerate on the ball, so it's important that he keeps it going.
Yeah. Arjun leaving himself a little more work than he would have desired. $4 feet for par on number 15. Arjun currently sitting at 9 under, 2 under today. Oh, really good putt there. These are really testers coming into the last few holes. This is the group of Prakara Sawa, Yashas Chandra MS, and Sachin Basoya playing the challenging par 4 16th. Sachin just over the back of the green. Playing really well today. He's 5 under today and 11 under for the tournament. Prakar, having missed the green on the right, he's got his work cut out. This green is quite, it's got quite a lot of elevation from the ground level, so he's probably about 7, 8 feet below the level of the green, or maybe more. Electing to, you know, bump and run and doing a fantastic job of it, birdieing it. He was staring at 5 and he's come out from there with a 3. It takes Prakar to -4 for today and 10 under for the tournament. Yashas just short of the green. Probably taking relief from a sprinkler head or something. Pretty straightforward chip. Such an downhill right to left. Greens are running at 11 today, so got to give it its due respect. You can see that brilliant shot by Prakar on number 16, chipping it from short and right of the green. Sachin electing to putt from the rough. Not sure if this is the wisest thing to do because you generally don't know how the ball's going to come out of there. And leaving himself a good 7, 8 feet for par. I'm not sure if that was the right decision to putt from that much of grass. Yashas electing to putt as well from short of the green. A lot of people are doing that today, choosing to putt rather than chip, surprisingly.
It's really well manicured around the greens, so that might be one of the reasons.
And he's done a pretty good job of it. Sachin having also electing to putt from way off the green, so that was actually surprising to me. His short game is pretty good. Now he's got a lot of work left for par, and he's just one shot, oh sorry, two shots behind our leader Dharma. This one's quite quick. Doesn't turn as much as it looks it will. Probably one of the tougher reads on the golf course. Let's see if he's read this properly, and he has, and you know, escapes with. Not sure whether that was a good decision to use his putter from that far off. So our leader Dharma not birding 14. Sure, you're one of the few people who haven't birdied number 14 in the top 10. We have, we have amongst the top 10, we have six people who birdied and four haven't. Prakar Sawa making that birdie on 16 from jail. Looked like he was going to drop a stroke, and he's gained one. M Dharma, coming on that 14th tee, he must have thought, okay, this is going to make it three in a row, where he's just birdied 12 and 13 and then not birdieing 14. And Sanit is hit his massive drive on 15. He's left himself. He's past that first greenside bunker. Really straightforward chip coming up. Position A1. Dharma also leaving himself a relatively easy pitch on number 15. So we might see some birdies from our final group on number 15. And Rajiv, after bogeying number 13, hasn't birdied number 14. So this final group, And Sanit, on the other hand, has gone bogey. So he's won over today as a result. So this the last group making a complete hash of number 14, the par 5. Dharma with his approach into number 15. It's a short shot, but it's a tricky one. You need to judge. You need to land it exactly on the right spot because there's a spine there. If you're short, it's going to leave yourself. This butt is going to move. Has at least a foot and a half of break on it. So it's not though it's not very far from the hole. It's got a lot. It's not an easy putt. Let's see what Sanit can make amends to his bogey spree. Also landing himself, just missing his landing spot out there, leaving himself much more work than he would have desired. Not sure where are the third member of this group, our overnight leader, Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal is. He hasn't appeared on our screen yet. And he missed it short and right, and that's a really tough chip from there. But he's hit his, that's a brilliant chip from there. That's 10 out of 10. Chipping in short game is like an insurance policy as far as scoring in golf is concerned. So if you don't have a good insurance policy, you might land up in trouble. Well, Dharma now with his birdie putt. Again, they were in a very nice position off the tee, both Dharma and Sanit. Now they've left themselves such a lot of work for birdie. His putt turns drastically from right. You can't be aggressive with it because the moment you hit it a bit too much, it's gonna leave yourself a 3 footer for par with a inch and a half of break on it. So you can see Dharma being very cautious with that first putt of his on number 15. On live feed 2, we have Arjun with his birdie putt on number 16.
Tournament is shaping up really well. You have a lot of players in with a short Dharma, obviously the front runner at this point in time. Uh, but just numerically, if you look at it, six shots, within six shots, you have a total of 18 players.
It's wide open right now. If somebody comes out, gets off to a flyer, you know, I think, again, coming back to that winning score, 16-17 is what I'm saying. 17 has a very good chance. 16, you're going to find yourself with some other people.
I also feel that tomorrow the pin position will definitely be a lot more spicy.
Yeah, we've seen that trend with as far as the tournament committee is concerned. You can see here, you can see there's a difference between a part of the green and the other. That is the part that they've increased the width of the green. You can see it on number 16 as
Yeah,
well.
what they've actually done on quite a few, like hole number 4, they've actually reduced the size of the green. The dimensions have reduced. The apron has sort of grown in. So they've done quite a bit of that. Some places maybe they've given a little bit of let the green grow out a little more. But on the whole, the greens have become smaller on this golf course.
Especially on number 1, I feel that the green has become really small.
Yeah.
And if you tee off with the clubs that we are teeing off with, and you have 8 iron, it's a tight target to Mukesh with his birdie putt, and he's come up a bit short.
But Mukesh, that comes back to your point where you're saying when Mukesh is playing, you don't really feel that he's playing so well. Today he's 5 under par, so he's not that flamboyant. You don't quite know that he's playing so well, but it's always a good score.
Yeah.
Because he's in the fairways, he's hitting the fairways, hitting the greens.
It's good to see him finish out a putt like this. Normally, he always marks that, and then he'll take so much time over them and make sure that he holds it. So we used to and it's like, come on, Mukesh, just finish it. Yeah, it's only 2 feet from the hole, and he would mark it. He would repair a pitch mark, and he would look at the line a few more times, and probably
A perfectionist.
I think it was just a matter of habit that he got into. He would just.
It's so difficult, by the way. Once you get into, speaking from experience, once you get into one of these grooves, it's almost impossible to get out of them, because especially on a player on a shorter putt, if you can't make up your mind, you would be looking at the minutest details to get the line, and it just makes life so much more difficult.
So live feed has Tappy finishing out on number 16, and live feed 2 has
16 has not been kind
Sachin
to this group.
on number 17, the par 3. The first look we have of that hole, the pin is on the back left. It's a pin that you need to land this ball in the center of the green, and the with that pin position, the green does the rest of the work for you. We can see a lot of balls coming close on number 17 to that pin position. The tough one out there is the front left. It's so narrow on the front left. Prakara Saba on number 17. He's probably one of the very few people who birdied 16 today, having chipping it in from the bottom on the right.
Yeah. Really, this golf course has been a wonderful host. What conditions, what a facility, and the players have really enjoyed it thus far. And it's proven to be the ideal staging ground for the tournament of this stature.
And the person who's looking after, not the hotel, the golf course, is Keshav, who's an ex-professional golfer. So you know that it's in good hands as the golf course.
Does he still play, Keshav?
His son does, actually. Not a bad, pretty good, decent player. Hits the country mile, Arjun.
Yeah, this golf course, though, yeah, a testament to the team and the management and everybody involved. Whenever you land up here, it's always in good condition. I can't remember a round that I played here where the greens were not perfect. So, really, kudos to the entire team, management, and the committee who make this possible. And just an update for those of you who are joining us, we are live on ABP Live as well as Eurosport. And you're watching the Gurgaon Open 2024 powered by Amrutanjan. This tournament offers a prize fund of rupees 1 crore. Your leader currently is M. Dharma from Bengaluru at 13 under par. The tournament saw a cut being applied at even par. Tempestuous conditions on the second day really wreaked havoc. A lot of high scores made for some interesting viewing. And on your screens is hole number 18, the par 5. The par 5s have been easy pickings for the players today. The field, I would think the entire field being able to reach majority of these holes and make birdies. Apart from 9, I think all the other holes have been reachable for the field.
And coming back to the management, the head of the hotel, Grand Bharat, and Rishi Mattu himself is a really, really nice person. He's always open to suggestions. He'll always come and ask you, because I host some of my junior events here, the US Kid Junior events, and he's so easy to communicate with. So that makes host doing tournaments out here easier for the people who are running event, and he, and along with Keshav, makes it a really good venue to host tournaments in. This is the group of Abhijit Chadda, Mohammad Akbar Hussain, and Mohammad Azhar playing the last hole, the par 5, 18th.
The wind now, you can see his trousers are buffeting against the wind.
It picks up. It's you can see from in the first 2 days, the average score in the afternoon groups was at least 2 shots more than the morning groups. So it's sometimes but it's consistent. So the morning group the first day play in the afternoon, and they switch over.
Yeah.
It's consistently been the same way. It's
golf is a fair game, as
Yeah.
fair as any sport can be. Everybody's exposed to the same
unless you're playing
factors.
unless you're playing a links golf course, it can
That was a really big push by Abhijit Chadha.
Yeah, it maybe didn't commit to the line he'd taken. When Abhijit knows how to stroke a putt pretty well. So if you see him pushing a putt, it's generally a little bit of indecision as far as the line is concerned. He must have thought he's taken a little too much of borrow on it, and said, okay. So generally, when you see a pro golfer missing it by that much from that close, it's indecision. Yeah, this group not having a good experience on the green, on green number 18. Yeah, all narrowly missing. We've seen that in big tournaments. You see your group comes up and you see the first person in the group holding a long putt, the second one holding a long way, the third one says, okay, listen, I want to be part of this party, and he also holds a long putt. And then you have the other scenario when somebody misses a small part, the next one, and you're thinking, okay, I don't want to be part of this party.
It's a case of nerves.
Yeah. So golf is a very mental game. So if you can, keep yourself away from the result, you will generally do well.
Show me the sunset. You make me happy. We wanna go there. It's beautiful. Let's go.
Magnite. Be celebrated with the big, bold, beautiful Nissan Magnite.
Been doing, it's not like he's doing badly, but he's a good ball striker.
Well, having seen him, all throughout the last 2.5 years, I would think the only chink in his armor is his putting. I have seen him miss a lot of putts within 6 feet. He tends to miss a lot. He's actually has a decent short game as well. Putting is the only thing that sort of always lets him down. I've seen, especially at critical moments.
I was just, if somebody says, putting is not good, and I generally want to unfold these statements correctly. If you don't get down to the root cause of it, you'll never improve it. And generally, I ask, if you want to see if you are, how many times do you read the line correctly? That's the first and the most important thing in putting. Not your stroke also. It's your line reading ability. Now, generally, people say, "Oh, I read the line." And okay, second thing is, how much do you trust the line you read it? That's because unless you do that, you can't make the stroke you want to make, right? Once you've done those things, you've ticked those two boxes, then you want to come down to your, whether your ball is starting on line or not, and whether you control the speed correctly or not. These are your four aspects. And sometimes no matter, you can read the line well, you can stroke the putt well, you can hit it in the right, but if you don't align yourself correctly, you're going to miss the putt also.
There's just too many things to get
Yeah,
right
no,
in this
you
game
need
of
to
golf.
analyze things correctly to before, and you can definitely improve on anything if you analyze correctly.
Just an update for our viewers: Rashid Khan showcasing his class and his stamping his authority. 5 under par today with 3 holes to go. And he's a person who always can pull a rabbit out of the hat.
Yes, like his rounds of golf are like roller coasters sometimes, like bogey, double bogey, eagle, par, birdie, 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 double par. We had that last week, and I'm like, he must have come back home dizzy, man. Just up and down, up and down.
Yeah, he's also one of those players who's not attached to the result at all. He frees himself, he separates himself from the outcome, and that's why he has victories. And I think he's somebody who's maximized his potential because of that. He really goes, likes to enjoy the game of golf and accepts whatever happens. And in playoffs, that's why he wins in playoffs. He has that uncanny ability.
Yeah, Sanit, he's got the whole width of number 16 to deal with. He's in the top left corner. He's putting to the bottom right corner. Let's see what he does with this, and he can judge it probably. That's
Brilliant
amazing.
putt right there. That's how you get it done.
I'm sure when he's standing on that putt, he was thinking, okay, anywhere within 4 feet, I'll be happy, right? And sometimes when you have those expectations, so the expectations are less, you come up with a brilliant result. So making birdie from, what's it, left in farm?
Yeah. Sounds about right. We have a look at Rajiv as well. It's been a while on a live feed too.
Another good round is by Mohammad Akbar Hussain. He shot 5 under. He's at 10 under as well. So he's well and truly in the mix. Rajiv Kumar Chatiwal has got a really good read on the speed. He's watched Sanit's ball travel. He has a fair idea of how it was going to work out.
Probably one of the only players over par.
And Mukesh, willing it into the hole again on number 17. It's almost like he's willing it into the hole. He's not the nicest view or when he
Yeah,
puts
not
a
easy on.
short putt.
Yeah,
He's so
not.
jittery and he's
Yeah,
so unsure, but he gets it done.
good putt by Rajiv. Not easy on the ice, but there is something to it. Like, I mean, if he's jittery, but he doesn't miss them. That's what he's saying. Like he's jittery from that range, but he doesn't miss them,
Yeah,
right? But so he's very perfect about the line reading. I think that's what he really
yeah,
focuses on. Is that correct spot? Like,
yeah. He chooses that spot, and sometimes he looks for pitch marks which he wants to go just left or just right, or find a way, something to make it him help him visualize the putt better.
yeah, but that I think being a deliberate player myself, I try to do that, and I think I'm also very good from that short range. I think there must be something to it. You really take a lot of time and you see your exact spot. That helps you eliminate a lot of doubt, and then you just maybe go at it.
Dharma rehearsing what he wants to do. He's got it behind his right foot out there, so he's going to come in low, bump it short at the green, let it run out, and
You can see the green starts really late. It's a little bit of visual trickery. The green doesn't start all the way up to about 3 yards behind the flag. It's not the green till there. So they've actually, if anything, they maybe reduce the size of the green. It just looks like the
no, they're
green there.
actually preparing it to become a part of the green. So it's not ready yet. So
Okay.
they're treating it as a fairway, but this is going to become a part of the green because it had become so small that it happened. What if it affects is the pace of play for the members. If it's on the green, generally people will take lesser
Putter, yeah.
time than if it was off the green, right? So one or two strokes less per four ball, which over the whole day would lead to at least half an hour.
Exactly.
Dharma with his Papat tester on number 16. He's answered all the questions today so far asked of him. Also, someone who kind of wills it into the hole. Let's see if he can will this one in. And he has
Fairly straightforward for him.
very similar, the way he crouches and, over the ball on these small putts, very similar to what Mukesh does. And you can see both of them, the ball just about makes it to the hole. So the good part about that is they're not keeping it short, but the hole becomes bigger.
For speed.
Yeah, because the speed is so it's absolutely
Om
dying.
Prakash Chauhan as well that we
Yeah.
saw.
So as a result, even if it's missing, it'll go in. So a little bit of update on our leaderboard. Mohammad Akbar Hussain. So we thought he was 5 under today, but he's 6 under. He's now 11 under for the tournament and a tie for second alongside Sarthak Chibbar, Sachin Bastoya, and Mukesh Kumar. So it's a very tightly bunched up leaderboard here at the Gurgaon Open 2024, powered by Amrutanjan from the Classic Golf and Country Club in New in Haryana. And your screen is Prakar Asawa with his pitch on number 18, the par 5. Looks like he's going to pitch it short and roll it up, and it's come up a bit short. Misjudged it a bit. Looks like he actually landed it where he wanted to, and it's just bobbled up on him. Sachin Basoya with his chip on number 18. Again, a lot of the players have short-sighted themselves on number 18. A lot of chips coming from the short and right of the pin. Rather have that ball in the front left bunker. Straightforward bunker shot from there. Sachin with his electing to putt, also known as the Texas wedge because of the high winds in Texas. People in Texas prefer to putt the ball from off the green. A little bit shy, not 6 out of 10. Giving himself a little bit of work, a little bit of a knee knocker, but you know, the decision is quite easy to make. If your worst putt is better than your worst chip, then you should putt.
Yeah, you see a lot more players using the putter here on this golf course.
The third member of this group, Yashash Chandra MS. He might have found the putting surface isn't too sure. Yeah, he's haven't seen him chip up so yet. So this might be for an eagle, and he currently sits at 8 under, only 2 under today. It looks like he might feel like he's dropped a few to the field. 2 under today, 8 under for the tournament. I mean, bogey number 17, the par 3. See if we can judge this speed on this putt, and he's done it to perfection. That might be a 3 actually.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the way to end a round.
yeah. Lunch will taste so much better.
That should move him to 10 under par, very much in the thick of things. Yeah, you can
Yeah,
see
it's,
that. The funny thing, we were talking about the man Friday on the back, head down. Uh, like I've known him for years, but I don't know his real name. None of us know his real name. We only know him by his nickname that lovingly we call him Kalu.
Kalu.
So, but we don't know his.
I
That's
also
the funny
don't know
thing.
actually.
Yeah.
He came the first time he caddied for me with my ball, but he was like 12 or 13 years old. So
But his knowledge about the game of golf is second to none. Really, he's an asset to have on the bag, and just fantastic knowledge about the game of golf. Short game was on Himmat Rai's bag for a long time. Rai now back on tour after his brief sojourn in Europe. I think for a few years he played the French tour, some of the other smaller tours, and is playing this year. He's already played a full schedule, I think.
Prakar finishing with a flurry there. He's had a good outing today. He's 10 under and then might take him to 11, which is just 2 shots behind our leader, Dharma. He's had 2 hole outs in the last 3 holes from outside the green. 16 he chipped in. He was actually back down bottom on the right with that front right pin position. He's birdied 16 and 18. 2 birdies in the last 3 holes for Prakar. Sachin with his birdie putt on number 18.
A little bit more trivia about not trivia, a few facts of the tournament. You had quite a few prominent foreign players in the field, including N. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka, K. Prabhakaran, Bangladesh's Jamal Hussain, Badal Hussain, and including and Q School winner Matthias Dominguez of Chile, Nepal's Subhash Tamang, Italy's Michel Ortolani, and Stefan Danek. So quite a lot of international flavor as well.
Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, our overnight leader on our screen. He's not had the day he would have liked to have. He's 1 over through 16 holes today and finds himself 3 shots adrift of our leader, M. Dharma, who's playing alongside him. Good putt there by Rajiv. Let's see if he can come home strong, make a couple of birdies, keep himself in the fray. This tournament is so wide open. We have at least 20 players within 6 shots of the leader. Our leader currently, as you can see on your screens, is M. Dharma. Dharma is 4 under for today and 13 under for the tournament. Giving it all its due importance, prowling over his putt. Yeah, he's putted these testers. He's always answered to positively today. Dharma is looks solid right now. So our last group making their way to the last hole of the day. Sachin Basoya breaking himself free of the pack at 11 under. He's 12 under after birdieing number 18. Yashas, as we had mentioned earlier, he has eagled number 18. Sorry, that was a birdie. That was a long birdie putt though, on 18 by Yashas.
So able to make the most after being out of position.
And your low scores today. We have Sachin 6 under, Sarthak 8 under, Mohammad Akbar Hussain 6 under, Prakara Sava 5 under, Mukesh Kumar 5 under, Udayan Mane 7 under, Rashid Khan yet to finish. He could finish deeper than he is. Rashid currently, looks like he's bogeyed the ninth hole par 5, which is his last hole for today. So he's dropped back to 4 under and 4 under for the tournament as a result of that bogey. Anshul Kaptial having a good round today. He's 5 under as well.
Mukesh now?
Yeah, he's good at these shots. He's going to leave himself.
Really judged well.
Yeah,
He
putt.
was able to
Yeah.
pitch it off the green and control the flight out of the rough. So it's very difficult. Like all those things that he does, they're not that easy. Coming out of the rough, being able to flight it down from that lie, pitching it off the green.
Leaving himself a really good look at birdie. This is straight up the hill. Not much movement in that putt.
But all these things, like a day like this today, he's 5 under par. My guess is that he'll probably make this putt a 6 under par round and making it look easy.
Yeah, like he
At
played
the age of
badly actually.
58, like
we thought he would be. He looks like he's 1 or 2 under and he's 6
exactly.
under. Yeah.
So it shows you how good. That's why he was so devastating. Imagine him in his prime. Like if this is him at what they call the proverbial sunset of your. I mean, careers don't even reach here. This is the sunset of life. Many times, he's 58. That's old enough to be a grandfather, and he's showing the youngsters how it's done. He's shooting a 6 under par, stress free. It's he has golf in his veins. He's earned his stripes. The years and years of beating.
Yeah, always,
balls.
one more person who used to do that so well is my friend and for a long time, Digvijay Singh. His 66 looked like 72s. He knew. For me, that is a good golfer. The one who makes a 72 looks and a 66, you don't even realize what he's done. And you look at the scorecard and it's 66, and it's like, really? It didn't look like it.
Yeah, he again not the most flamboyant players. I mean, like if you look at like ball striking or anything, you just get the job done. But
Miss it in the right position,
yes,
make the crucial putt when it's needed, hole a couple of long putts, never miss it up and down,
yeah,
and you got 66 at the end of the day. And a golfer for me is who converts a 78 into a 72.
fantastic victory by him at the Panasonic. I remember that was a much required victory for Digvijay, and having that Asian Tour victory under the belt really caps off a fantastic career.
Yeah, he. So Delhi golf course is probably like you say, horses for courses. It's a track where you don't need to be the longest of the tee. You need to be patient. You need to play things. Basically, your misses have to be really, really small, and you don't have to be the longest of the tee. So you'll see a lot of players who won out there have those traits in them. This is Tappy for his birdie on number 18.
Looks good. Oh, just skirts by.
Looked really good for a long time. Tappy guy, 2 under today, 9 under for the tournament. It's the first bit of expression we've seen out of him.
Yeah. Now that the job is done, Mukesh there doing his homework. See, he's still very attentive. Opened his book, seeing his notes. Arjun, yeah.
I would love to see what's written in his notebook.
A lot of preparation. I think so many years he's played these courses. I mean, those would be some weathered notebooks.
Another look at it. He's gonna just make sure.
I'm not too sure. Does Mukesh? Mukesh has a son who plays golf, I think, but not that seriously. I think. Any knowledge of the same?
I have no idea of that. Arjun with his birdie putt on number 18.
These putters are definitely the rave these days. I think it's like the flu. It catches on. Like what is one player uses, everybody else sort of goes to that. And
Yeah,
just about missing that.
grazing the hole. That leaves the stage set for Mukesh, who's had a brilliant pitch from the left rough. It's really difficult to control the distance when you come out of the first cut, and
This will be interesting to note if he takes the same amount of time as a shorter putt. I mean, he looks a lot more relaxed.
he'll make a much better stroke on this one. This is a very good distance for him. He'll find 5 pitch marks on the way. He'll repair all of them, and he'll choose the one that he wants to just go right or left of. He hasn't found any yet.
Should break a little to his left, if I'm not wrong, because the green is growing that way.
Yeah, he's just trying to decide.
The weathered professional is what a fantastic ambassador of golf he's been. Now get in the hole.
How did he miss that?
That was a good putt, though.
Yeah, he missed it on the higher side at the right speed. So he might have just misread it a tad bit.
But nevertheless, a 5 under par and making it look easy. That's how you get it done. Showing the young lads how it gets done.
So you're having a little bit of a slow back nine. He was 4 under the front and just 1 under the back. Must be. It felt like he's left a couple out there.
We can see the group behind is waiting for the green to clear. So obviously, all of them in range to go for the green.
So Rajiv has finally made a birdie after he had birdie number 4. Yes, it took him another 13 holes to birdie, and he's birdied number 17, which brings him back to even par for today and 11 under for the tournament.
That's good, and that's a difficult hole
And
to
and
birdie.
his,
So
and Dharma has birdied it as well. So Dharma has stretched that lead to 2 strokes over Sachin now.
if you look
40
back in the
under.
रात में जो मजा है मजा ही कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ है तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होशे
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
even Sanit, I'm telling you, there's something that he's on to. He's
Dharma is cut
sorry,
the
that's
corner.
Dharma. My apologies. Yeah.
No, he's just written more left, so leaves himself a shorter second shot. I think Dharma is birdied 17, so when you come off a birdie, you just come up a bit more charged up. Let's see where this one finishes up.
Started off to the right. Maybe we'll turn back in.
And the final group making their way to the 18th green. This is our third round coverage of the Gurgaon Open 2024, powered by Amrutanjan from the Classic Golf and Country Club in New, Haryana. The final group comprising of our tournament leader M. Dharma, our overnight leader Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, and the youngster Sanit Bishnoi. Rajiv, having found a bit of trouble off the tees, left himself a fair bit of work for his third shot on number 18. A quick view for our viewers of the leaderboards as it stands right now. Dharma at 14, Sachin Basoya at 12, Sarthak, Muhammad Akbar Hussain, Prakar Asawa, Mukesh Kumar, and Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal at 11, Arjun Prasad Tappy Guy at 10. So, and presently 20th position is at 5 under. Rajiv, with his third shot coming from the right rough, he was in a little bit of tree trouble off the tee. He's got his work cut out for 5 out here, Shaurya. You don't want to make a 6
He's
on
at
a.
the 150 yardage marker.
You don't want to make a 6 on an easy par 5. Actually, got out of there without hitting any tree, so
Should be able to make up and down from there.
yeah, it's pretty. You saw a lot of balls are finished up in that collection area on the front right of the green on number 18. Today we've seen quite a few players finishing up there. It's pretty straightforward chip from there. Ryle 3 under today, 7 under for the tournament. Our leader M. Dharma having an indifferent Second shot, he was in position A1 of the tee. He was considerably short and left in the rough. We saw Mukesh coming from there a short while ago. He needs to land this just about a yard or two into the green and let the ball release up to the flag. Not sure how his ball is sitting. You can see almost a full ball, so it's sitting all right.
Not the most difficult shot coming out here. We've seen Mukesh executed rather well.
Yeah. Dharma just coming off a birdie on number 17. The way things sit, I think 18 would be more like the score to get to. This came out a bit, landed maybe a yard or two short of where he wanted it to land. That
And wasn't able to get that sort of forward roll that Mukesh managed.
felt like it came off the toe of the club a bit. Sanit in the front left bunker. Straightforward bunker shot. Rajiv. He's there in three, so he's got his work cut out for par though. Two really different shots coming up. Sanit from the green side bunker. He needs to, or maybe not. He looks like he's just outside the bunker. Yeah, he is just outside. Pitched it probably where he should have. Just coming out a bit hot from there.
Not too bad.
Actually, the wind assisted in it rolling that much.
So I'd initially thought that the tournament would probably go between 15 and 20 under par, and it seems like if Dharma is probably the only one who can make that happen. I mean, we've seen low numbers here, so you never know. I'm certain that from the group of tied third, there could be somebody who can shoot maybe a 6 or 7 under tomorrow. That's really not out of the question at all. So
Yeah.
it'll still probably be 18.
Yeah,
18,
but
18 would be the number.
18 would be the number, I think. 18 would actually not make it clear. You might still tie us out. I think 18 goes into a playoff, 19 wins it.
Let's see if he can chip it in and end in style.
Yeah.
There's too much wrist movement. There's not enough backlift. There's
yeah.
just
Very pushy kind of
Yeah.
chipping action.
not ideal to impart spin.
Yeah, probably he plays on greens which are slow, shorty, and he needs to power it. And generally, when you tend to play on greens which are slow, you end up coming up short most of the time. So you get into your technique gets a little pushy to make sure that you reach the hole. Dharma, after that tee shot, Shaurya,
He's trying to. Dharma is trying to do a La Cameo with Jagus. Some sort of a contortion of that.
his stomach might touch the he does that, but he's on his hands and knees. He's trying to get a good read on this. It's a tough read because there's a patch between him and the hole where the grain changes direction. So that makes reading the line a little more difficult. If it's one grain, it's easy to read it. Yes. So let's see if he can get this read correct. He's been rolling the ball really well today. He's anything which is holeable. You see that patch there in the middle where it's traveling right now? That's where it just turns the other
Oh,
direction.
oh, oh, oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
similar miss on
yeah on the
as
higher side as Mukesh had.
maybe it's a difficult part nevertheless.
Probably the read it the same way Mukesh had read it. So that putts coming from that line has had golfers fooled. Sanit with his birdie putt on number 18. He's sitting at 9 under presently in a tie for 10th. 1 under today's. Very Brooks Koepka like grip, likes to keep this forefinger straight down the side of the grip. A lot of forward press on that putt.
He's built pretty strong as well. Is Sanit.
Yeah, he's got a wide frame to him. So.
Yeah, hits the ball a fair distance. I think that's such a big advantage in golf. It's strength.
Rajiv.
Not in the yesteryears you had players like Larry Mize, Lee Jansen, Payne Stewart. That generation of golfers that died out because of the modern game, and you want that there. There needs to be these sort of artistic players as well.
Yeah, Payne Stewart, he died in that tragic air
Yeah.
crash, but he is a past winner of the Indian Open. No, he won the Indian Open in 1980 or 81, not sure. Rajiv with his par putt on 18. So he can.
Oh, this is not the ideal finish for Rajiv. So he would shoot a 1 over and move into that tie for eighth position at 10 under par. And your leader group tomorrow would comprise of M. Dharma, Sachin Bisoya, and Sarthak
Chibber.
Chibber.
Sarthak is catapulted himself at that 64. He's climbed quite a few
Just to
spots.
just to summarize the day, it's been a wonderful moving day, which is stayed true to the adage. It's a day that a lot of players have moved up. Very good rounds all around. Very few blue numbers. A lot of red on the scoreboard. M Dharma is your leader at 14 under par. Some low numbers by Sarthik Chibber, MD Akbar Hussain shooting a 6 under par, 7 under par by Udyan Mane. And it's been a fantastic penultimate day here at Classic Golf and Country Club. You were watching the third day's action live from Gurugram for the Gurgaon Open 2024, powered by Amrutanjan. And
That last hole par by Dharma, and if he had birdied it, I think 9 under would have gone out of the frame.
yeah, and we were your host, Shaurya Singh and Amit Dubey. I hope you enjoyed our broadcast, and we would request that you go on over to www.pgtofindia.com and see the reruns, and you can stay tuned. We'll have a little bit of highlights also coming through for you.
Yes, so it's your commentator, me, Amit Dubey, and